Morning, Fred. I don't often start on camera. I normally have the starting screen off, don't I? So I'll give it a few seconds. I feel awkward starting on camera. Also, I've moved my camera because I've got... Wait, have a look at this. Wait until you see this. You'll be so impressed. I've got a top... Oh, there's my tea. I've got a top-down camera because we're going to be doing righty things. So I've got a top-down camera there, you see? It's there. But I had to move it. Normally this camera's there. And I had to move it. And I don't like it so much there, I'll be honest. I think it's a bit... I don't know, it's too close to me. I don't like it. I feel like I'm a bit... I want to be further away. I like being on an angle. I don't know. This is a bit too, like, Zoom conference type thing. But, you know, it's fine. I'm eating a chocolate trifle. Good morning, Frederick. Also, I do not have my laptop because there wasn't room for it. So if I want to actually know how many people are watching and stuff, I'm going to have to keep switching between screens. That's alright. I'll probably be happier not knowing how many people are watching. At the minute, it's just you, Fred. That's okay. So, I've got plans. I bought a new notebook, specifically. I've got my little pencil case with all my pencils in. And we are going to start laying out my ideas for my canon world state in Dragon Age. And I have no idea where to begin. Oh, you can see my my Thedas map, I've just noticed. Yeah, and I'm in my N7 hoodie. Ooh, my N7 hoodie, and I've got an N7 mug. So, I've kind of chosen the wrong game. But I don't have any, like, Dragon Age clothes or mugs. I should get, like, a Grey Warden mug, shouldn't I? Should definitely do that. Right. So, here's the plan. Talking like I've got a plan. I didn't even have a fucking thumbnail for this video, you know, live stream, whatever. Like, I didn't realise until I was setting it up. I was like, oh shit, I haven't made a thumbnail, so I just put like a random Dragon Age thing on. Yes, what am I saying? Just looking at myself. So I've got half an idea of where we're going to start. Because what we're going to do... you read Chapter 7 of Ostrich the other day, did you? Can't remember which one Chapter 7 is. It's the one after Chapter 6, isn't it? I can't remember. Chapter 6 is the one... It's the one after Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is the one that ended with Lydia. Right? In Lydia's study, I think. Is that a thing? Can't remember where I went after that. I've been writing my own codex entries for the Ostrich fanfiction. I've been quite enjoying. They buy chickens in the market. Oh yes! Oh god, I forgot about that whole scene. That's setting up things for later. Yeah, so I've got a kind of vague idea of where we're going to start. We're going to start with my warden, which makes sense. We're actually going to start with all of my wardens. Because in my headcanon, so you know how there's what, 6, 7 potential wardens? There's City Elf, there's Human Noble, there is Dalish Elf, there's the 2 dwarves, there's Human Mage, and Elven Mage. 7. So I like to think that all 7 of them exist in my canon world state, right? Only one of them actually becomes the warden, obviously. But I like to think that they all find ways to survive their various origin stories, even without Duncan's help. And then they all go on to have, like, pivotal roles Well, they're not pivotal roles. Some of them are pivotal roles. Yeah, they all kind of go on and do different things. Some of them end up becoming like agents of the Inquisition. Some of them end up becoming Grey Wardens. So I think we're going to start by laying all of that out. Yeah, I don't know where we're going to go from there, though. Trouble is, I've got too many ideas. And I'm really bad at ordering ideas. I'm really... I like actually putting them down. I just have like ideas floating around all over the place, but actually like putting them down into anything comprehensive, I kind of struggle with. But you know, that's alright. I'm just going to eat my chocolate trifle. I made caramel shortbread this morning as well. I mean, I haven't finished making it. I'm waiting for the caramel to set before I put the chocolate on. But I did sort of like clean out the pan that had the caramel in with a spoon. So I've eaten a small amount of caramel this morning. Alright, Sunday, innit? Sunday calories don't count. We all know that. There's 24 variations of the Grey Warden in total, going by race, class and gender. Well, yeah. 24? Fucking hell, that's a lot, innit? Right. Should we get cracking then? Should we get started? Should we have a look, say? Should we go to our 2-camera mode? 2-camera, there we go. Oh, that one must look like a professional. I haven't actually like worked out whether the lighting is any good on this. You might not even be able to see what I'm about to write. But look, brand new fresh notebook. Is there anything better than a brand new fresh notebook? I love a brand new fresh notebook. And it's a puka pad, so I spent like actual money on it. It was like £4.50 or something. Aye, Anna. Right, okay. Pop it about there. It's going to be kind of awkward to write on though. Biarrit. Should we colour code it? Or should we just... I mean, I've got lots of different coloured pens. I've got like a purple one. I've got a pink one. I've got other ones probably. Got lots of highlighters. I've got a green one, which has been very well chewed by a cat. I don't know if you can see that. That's been very chewed. Oh dear. Yeah, maybe not use that one. That's another purple one. I love these pens. I buy like about 4 packs of these pens a year probably because I just love them. They all come in different colours. Or we could be boring and just use like a normal pen. I can't find all these pens. Pens are like socks, aren't they? They just disappear. Tell you what, we'll use a normally one. We'll use a normal, boring one to start us off with. Right. So, got 3 viewers apparently. That's fucking terrifying. I wish I hadn't looked at that. Right. Especially since whoever they are, they're not in the chat. Apart from you, Fred, although I'm assuming that you've got 2 screens up as usual, have you? Right. So, how do we want to do this? If we start off with... God, I've got everything in the wrong place because I've moved everything around. Microphone's there. Keep it a bit further away because I'm probably a bit too loud, am I? Also, it's got cat hair on it. Can't write long dialogue character sections like you, I'm too impatient. You see, that's what I like writing the most though. It's just like, I probably write too much of it. I just like writing conversations between people, that's just all I want to write. It's combat scenes I don't like writing. Although they can be quite rewarding when you do write them. But, fuck me. So, you have to try and find 57 different ways of saying, she hit him with a sword, you know. Anyway, right, how are we going to do this? If we write down my list of wardens, and then I'll go through what I'm thinking their various fates are going to be, right? So if we start with... I don't even know how to start. Right, wardens. Let's do that. Right. Wardens. Oop. Can you even read that? Maybe. Right, so. We write them all down. So city elf. City elf. And then Dalish elf. And then common dwarf. And then noble dwarf. And human noble. That is how you spell noble, isn't it? Let's say yes. It's one of those words I always doubt myself on. What am I missing? What am I missing? Mages. Human mage. I don't know if I'm gonna have my elven mage. See, the trouble is, that's the one I keep changing my mind on who I want them to be. Like, I don't have their personality really in my head. And of course the issue is they do have the same origin, don't they? We'll leave that for now and think about it. Right, okay, so my city elf is Elia. She's my canon. But we'll sort that out in a moment. We'll just put their names in for now. You are Shakar, named after Shakar from yes, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, because I was many years ago. I've had these wardens for so many years, like since I was a teenager, and many years ago I was sitting watching Star Trek and I was doodling at the same time trying to think up a name for a Dalish Dalish elf, and it just so happened it was an episode Shakar was in, and I was like, oh, Shakar, that sounds like a Dalish elf. And what's the Dalish elf surname? Can anybody remember? Do a quick Google. It's the one I always can't remember. Dragon Age Origins Dalish elf. Mahariel. Real. There we go. Boop. What am I doing? What am I doing? Going back to that. That's what I'm doing. Right. So. Yes. Common dwarf is, of course, we all know, Dorabella. Do I spell it with two L's? I do, don't I? Yes. Broska. My noble dwarf. My human noble, who is my second favourite, is Shiva. Spelled the Celtic way, because I'm cool like that. Koosland. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, I was thinking me bloody Dragon Age knowledge is letting us down there. I can't possibly forget what the human noble's surname is. And my human name, mage rather, is Constance Amel. There we go. Noble dwarf will come back to, because I keep going back and forth on that one. Right, so. where do we go from here? So, Elia is my canon. Yeah. Canon Warden. I'm just trying. You see, this is why I've never managed to lay it all out, because it's just so complicated. At the moment I start thinking about it, my brain starts going in knots. We should put in who they all romance. Because I'm sort of planning that some of them are still going to end up with the people that they romance in their playthrough, if you see what I mean. Because Shiva is Liliana's soulmate. So I wanted them to always end up together, even when like Shiva isn't actually the warden. So Shiva's going to end up with Liliana. Now Constance also romances Liliana, but in Constance's playthrough, she dies killing the archdemon. And that's like my tragic world state, because Constance is a blood mage and I've got her as a bit of a complicated character. So she romances Liliana, but she's a blood mage, and then she just feels really guilty about being a blood mage, and she refuses Morrigan's ritual because she's like, no, I've had enough dark magic in my life, and then she sacrifices herself killing the archdemon. That's what happens in her playthrough. That's not what is going to happen to her in my canon world state, because she's not the warden in my canon world state. Are you following? So I think we need to lay them out, like what's going to happen to them in my canon world state, not what happens to them in their own playthroughs where they are the warden, right? Fucking hell. So so oh, this is confusing my brain. This is confusing my brain. Right, so Elia is the warden. Right, now in her playthrough, she romances Alistair, but then he dies killing the archdemon. She also has a threesome with Isabella and Severin, as you do. She's a bit of a complicated character, is our Elia. She's I sort of imagine her as a bit like a Theta from Mass Effect, actually. Because Elia is sort of like... You know when we did the Dorabella playthrough, when Dorabella was like... rough around the edges, but basically a good person. Well, Elia is the same, but she's a bit more, I think, tortured. I mean, she's not like a really tortured character, because that would be a depressing thing to write, but she's sort of like... She's a bit of a disaster. Like, she drinks too much, and she sleeps with the wrong people, and she makes bad life choices. She's a very good, like, military leader. And she's a good hero, and she's good at coming in and saving the day, but her personal life is just, like, a mess. So, yeah. So, like, I've sort of got that she romances Alistair, but he's a bit more in love with her than she is with him, and she sort of feels a bit bad about it. And then one night she goes out and gets drunk and ends up in bed with Isabella and Severin. This is what actually happened on my playthrough as well. Right. Because there's a bug. Well, I don't know if it's a bug. I think it's a bug where what I did in my first playthrough with Elliot was I romanced Alistair, and then I agreed to make Nora queen because I knew Alistair didn't want to be king, right? And the idea was, if Nora becomes queen, Alistair can stay a Grey Warden, and then they could live happily ever after, right? But if you go and talk to Alistair after you've done that, and you say something like, you know, let's talk about us, or something like that, or what's going to happen to us after after we defeat the Archdemon or something like that, it goes really weird and sort of like closed off and sort of like, oh, I don't know if we really, you know, have a future together kind of thing. And I don't know if it's a bug or if it's meant to be in there. But I remember sort of thinking, hang on a minute, mate. I've just, like, agreed to put a Nora on the throne specifically so that me and you could be together. And now you're going all weird on me. So I thought, oh, fuck it, I'm going to go out and sleep with Isabella and Zevran. So this is, like, what actually happened on my first playthrough. But I worked it into the story. But then, I thought, wouldn't it be now tragic if Alistair dies killing the Archdemon? Because he basically dies to stop Elia from dying. He's saving her, he's not saving everybody else. He does it to save her. And then she has to spend the rest of her life feeling guilty about it. Oh, see me cup. You know, I like a bit of tragedy like that. And also because she's a city elf, you have the situation where in the city elf origin, your husband-to-be dies saving you. And when you search his body, he's got the wedding ring on him, and I always make her wear the wedding ring for the whole game. So, so she's kind of just got this string of men in her past who have sacrificed themselves to save her, and she's sort of like, why do you all keep doing this? I'm not even that bothered about any of you. You know. Anyway, she is eventually going to end up in a sort of polyamorous relationship with Hawk and Isabella. That's what's going to happen eventually. But anyway, so that's what's kind of going on with her. So, how are we going to do this? I'll tell you what, we'll put down who they each romance in their own world state, and then we'll go from there. So, romances. Alistair. I'm already not liking the way I've laid this out. I feel like I'm going to scrap this and start again. You know what I'm like. I feel like we can do this better. We can do this better. You can go away. Right. Shut up. Bear with me. There's going to be a lot of that in this live stream. Right. Dragon. Age. Wardens. Right. Just bear with me, right? So if we do, I know what we'll do. We'll do name, origin, class, yeah, romance. Do we need to know anything else? Gender? No, that's going to be self-explanatory. And then canon, world, state, fate. There we go. That's better. I prefer that. So, I like everything to be nice and ordered, as you can tell. Origin, city elf, class warrior, sword and shield. Mainly so that she can wear the Grey Warden Commander armour. Romance, Alistair. And she can wield Starfang. I like Starfang with the Grey Warden shield. I like her to be in the Grey Warden Commander armour with the Grey Warden shield and Starfang. Right, okay. I'm not even making sure that you can actually see this, Fred. And then Canon World State Fate is obviously... she's the Warden. Becomes the Warden. The Warden. Well, the hero of Ferelden, I should say, really. Because I'm gonna be, this is this is gonna be like how they survive their own origin story, which would have been a better thing to put rather than Canon World State Fate. But just shut up, you have to bear with me, right? Okay, so and then if we do next, I'll do Shiva because she's the one I've thought out the most. So origin, class. We could be doing this like on the computer, like typing it. But I like writing with a pen. I just prefer it. And then I'm going to abbreviate that. CWSF. Okay. So, Shiva. Koosland. Who I slightly based on a Celtic warrior who I think her name is pronounced Skahok or something like that. After whom, even the Isle of Skye is named. There you go. She's probably one of my favourite characters from mythology ever. She's very, very cool. You know how in, like, ancient mythologies, everybody's always fucking mental? Like, you don't find many role models in ancient mythology because they're all just fucking mental. Skahok is kind of like, she's like a wonderful calm of sanity in amongst all the craziness. Like, all the people around her are crazy, but she's pretty cool. And she's just like, she runs a warrior school on the Isle of Skye, and all of the great Celtic heroes go to the Isle of Skye to learn how to sword fight from Skahok. She's pretty awesome. Anyway. Right. So, origin, human noble. It's LE, isn't it? Why do I always doubt myself on that? Class, warrior. Two-handed, I think. I don't know, I changed my mind. I think two-handed looks sexier, but then she can't use the Koosland shield and sword thing, because do you not get... I know you get a Koosland shield. I'm sure you get a Koosland sword as well. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Shut up, woman. Let's go two-handed. I like the idea of her wielding a massive great sword. Two-handed. I mean, that should have been down there, but there we go. She's a two-handed human noble. Rather than those old one-handed human nobles. Oh man, nobody likes them. She romances Liliana. Right, okay, so so this is going to be like how she survives her origin. So, my idea for her is that she flees the castle. But then she gets kidnapped by Allhow and taken to Denerim. Where she spends pretty much the whole play in Allhow's dungeon. So you know when you go to Allhow's estate, and you go down, and you know when you the quest where you kill him, and you go down into his dungeon and you find all the people that he's been torturing, and you find a lot of the people from the human noble origin who were taken there, and most of them are dead. I think they're all dead, actually, aren't they? Because they've sort of been tortured to death. And he's got various other people down there that he's been torturing. So my idea is that Shiva gets captured and taken to Alhav's dungeon, and that's where she spends most of the Blight, just in the dungeon. She gets rescued by Elia. Let's write this down. So, gets captured by Alhav. Spends the Blight. Being tortured in his dungeon. That doesn't even look like a U, does it? Oh my god, you can tell it says dungeon. Gets rescued by the hero Ferelden. By Elia. Right, and then after the war, after the Blight, whatever, does she sleep with the elf chambermaid? Yes, of course she does. Don't be ridiculous. Of course she does, Fred. Of course she does. I mean, what we really need to do is give each of them like a file, don't we? Like a whole biography. I mean, we will do that eventually. Look at me just eating an entire trifle. What a pig I am. What a pig. Sunday calories don't count, it's fine. So. So then my idea is, right, because she's spent the Blight being tortured. You might remember that Liliana was also tortured during her ordeal with Marjolaine. So I've kind of got the idea that that's a thing that sort of... I was going to say that they bond over. They bond over being tortured. You know what I mean? It's a sort of thing that connects them. So they sort of... Yeah. So I think... So I think... So she comes... She gets rescued by Elia. She'll be at the Lands Meet. And then after the Blight, she'll help to rebuild Denerim. And then she's going to get made a general in the Ferelden army. And it's during that whole period after the Blight that her and Liliana are going to sort of meet. The elf chambermaid could explain why she gets captured to try to save the elf and got caught. Usually the elf is killed right. That's not bad, that, Fred. Could do that. Yeah, so she gets... We need to do we need an after the Blight thing, don't we? Because then she's going to end up being part of the Inquisition as well. Oh my god. Maybe I should give each character their own page. Let's just write it all down, shall we? Right, okay, so... Let's do an after the Blight bit. After... Blight. Okay. Comes a general in the Ferelden army. But then, you see, I'm thinking that her and Liliana meet after, because I think Liliana sticks around for a little bit, doesn't she, and sort of like helps to rebuild Denerim before she frolics off to do whatever it is she goes to do. And then eventually becomes Left Hand of the Divine. So I kind of got the idea that they meet, have a bit of a fling, you know, and then Liliana frolics off to become Left Hand of the Divine, and then during Inquisition, Shiva is like the Inquisition's like Ferelden ambassador. She's sort of like oh, do you know what else I've just remembered? Oh, I've got a whole storyline where Honora's going to marry Fergus. Yeah, Honora's going to marry Fergus. So then Shiva will be like Honora's sister-in-law. I literally have no idea how to get all of this down in a way that just like makes sense. I just like it's just too much in there to like get out. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, yeah. So she becomes a general in the Ferelden army, and then later becomes the Ferelden ambassador to the Inquisition. Later becomes Ferelden ambassador to Inquisition. And then her and Liliana are gonna like end up happily ever after, because they'll have a little fling after the Blight, and then they kind of rekindle during Inquisition, you see. And then after Inquisition, they sort of like, you know, will frolic off into the sunset together, because Liliana does not become divine in my canon world state. Vivian does. So Liliana's free to go off and do whatever it is she wants. Thought that maybe you need explanations for why each character's fate diverged, like the Daily Shelf never got the Blight and therefore didn't have to join the Grey Ones. My Daily Shelf is going to get the Blight. We're getting to that. We're getting to that, Fred. Right, so this is... Yes. So, basically what happens is, rather than escaping Allhow's attack, she gets captured by him. Spends the Blight being tortured in his dungeon. Gets rescued by Elia. She'll probably be at the Landsby. Although I've got it in my head that she's a little bit traumatised by the whole ordeal, and I've also got like that she's quite scarred. I like the idea of her having like a scar right down her face like that. I don't know why, I just think that would be cool. But yes, after the Blight, she'll become a general in the Ferelden army. She'll become the Ferelden ambassador to the Inquisition, so she sort of joins the Inquisition and is knocking about in Inquisition, and then ends up with Liliana. Don't even get me started on everything that's going to be happening during Veilguard, because I mean, there's a whole bloody Blight going on in the south during Veilguard, isn't there? So she'll probably be involved in all of that somehow as well. But anyway, we'll leave it at that for now. So next up, we'll do Shakar next, I think. We'll do Shakar. That was it, wasn't it, I think? Daily Shelf. Class. Rogue. Archer. Romance. Morrigan. And so, what happens to him is he does get the Blight. So, gets the blight. He leaves his clan to try and find a cure. So when his clan bugger off and go to Kirkwall, he stays behind in Ferelden and decides he's gonna try and find a cure, right? So, leaves his clan. Because we know that people can survive with the blight for at least a while because of Felix in Inquisition. Like, he seems to survive quite a decent amount of time with the blight. Also, it seems to affect different people differently. Like, not everybody seems to become a ghoul. Some people do, but not everyone. So, like, I mean, you know, it's possible that, depending on how hardy you are. Just realised you can see me thing. There we go. Just try to pretend we're a professional. Alistair can't exile Honora to the tower because he's dead. Honora's queen. But we'll get to that. Yeah, gets the blight. So he leaves his clan to find a cure. Now, this is the bit where there's... God, you can't even bloody see what I'm writing. This is the bit where it's going to get a bit... because there's a crossover with Constance. Actually, I prefer having it there because then you can see me better. You're just going to have to deal with it. Yeah, he leaves his clan to find a cure. And he meets Constance, who is my human mage. Right? And the pair of them spend the blight sort of travelling together, dodging Templars, because she's on the run from the Templars, and trying to keep him alive because he's got the blight. But she's a healer, so, you know, she can do certain things to try and keep him alive until they actually find some kind of cure. But the only cure is to become a Grey Warden. So what happens is, after the blight is over, and Elia becomes our Lesser of Amaranthine and Warden Commander, and she goes to Vigil's Keep. After the events of Awakening, Shakar and Constance are going to rock up at Vigil's Keep, because it's the only way to stop him from dying is to make him a Grey Warden. So they rock up at Vigil's Keep to try and persuade them to make him a Grey Warden in order to keep him alive. And Elia ends up recruiting both him and Constance because Constance is being chased by Templars. But we'll get to her in a minute. Yeah, so what happens is... So he meets Constance. They spend the blight on the run together. On the run together, right? And then what happens after the blight is... Oh, I've left a line. Oh man, honestly. I mean, this is just notes. This will all get, like, you know, put together properly. So he travels to Vigil's Keep. Vigil's Keep. And becomes a Grey Warden, basically. I do have it in my head. Because Elia's Wardens are going to join the Inquisition during Inquisition. And I have it in my head that while helping the Inquisition, he's going to meet Morrigan. So him and Morrigan are still going to end up together. The city elf romances Alistair, but then he sacrifices himself to kill the archdemon. Yes, that is correct. Frederick. I know I'm not making all of this terribly clear. Trust me, it's not very clear to me either. But, you know, we'll soldier on. So, after the Blight, he travels to Virgil's Keep, and he becomes a Grey Warden to basically cure him of the Blight. So he ends up as one of Elia's Wardens, right? Then we're going to have to go to the next page, where we are going to do... Oh, I hate it when there's not like another bit of paper under it, so it feels kind of grainy. Do you know what I mean? Name. We'll do Constance. Constance. Mel, who is, of course, Hawke's cousin. Origin. Human mage. My handwriting is just steadily getting worse as we go on. Class. Blood mage. But also spirit healer. She's a plethora of contradictions. Here's old Constance. She's a bit of a dark character. She also romances Leliana. But only in her own world state. I don't think... I'll put it in brackets so that we know that she only romances her in her own world state. I don't think they're ever going to cross paths, particularly in the canon one. And then, what was my little acronym? CWSF. CWSF. Canon World State Fate. So. Is it canon that Logain dies that lands me too? Yes. Because Alistair duels him. So he died. And then Alistair dies killing the archdemon. And Honora becomes queen. It was complicated, isn't it? It's already hurting my brain. Should we play the Outer Worlds instead? Honestly, the amount of times I have sat down and tried to get this all sorted, I always end up giving up. So, because in the mage origin, she gets dragged into the Jowan nonsense, doesn't she? And obviously Duncan isn't there to recruit her into the Grey Wardens, so the Templars take her, and they're going to take her to Aenar, the mage prison. But she's going to escape on the route there. She's going to escape from the Templars. I've sort of got it in my head that they get like jumped by a group of Darkspawn or something like that. Something along those lines. And she escapes and she goes on the run. Yes. So, and that's how she meets Shakar, right? Are we following? So, she gets arrested by the Templars. By the Templars. Escapes en route to... How do you spell A&R? I think it's that. Spends the blight on the run. Spends the blight on the run. Meets Shakar. Oops. And travels with him. And because she's a healer, she sort of helps to keep him alive until after the blight. Well, what's going to happen is... So, she's spent the blight on the run from the Templars, travelling with Shakar, using her healing magic to try and keep him alive, because he's dying from the blight. And they come to the conclusion that the only cure is to become a Grey Warden. So after the events of Awakening, when Elia is trying to rebuild the Ferelden Grey Wardens, Constance and Shakar rock up at Vigil's Keep and basically say, can you please make Shakar a Grey Warden so he doesn't die from the blight? Right, so that's how he becomes a Grey Warden. But then, by travelling to Vigil's Keep, Constance is putting herself at risk because the Templars are still after her. So while she's there, the Templars track her down. And they arrest her, and they're about to take her to Aenor. At which point, Elia goes, no, I'm going to recruit her as well. And she invokes the right of conscription. So Constance ends up becoming a Grey Warden as well. So, travels with... Oh God, I can't play... Oh my God. Look at the state of my handwriting already. Dear me. To... Vigil's Keep. Gets what? Found, tracked, discovered, spotted. Let's say found by the Templars. And is recruited by Elia to save her from prison. Right. So, I feel like I'm not making this any clearer. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're just starting, man. This is just the notes that we're getting down. Is anybody else watching this? Oh, 3 viewers still. Oh, wait, we've got a lurker. So who have we got left? Dora Bella. Name. Dora Bella. Rosca. Origin. Common Dwarf. Class. Rogue. Romance was Zevran, wasn't it? I don't know whether her and Zevran got to cross paths in the canon world state, though. I don't feel like Zevran is really the long-term romance type, is he, really? I mean, they might have a fling at some point, if I can get them in the same place at the same time. So... what's going to happen with Dora? Can I even remember? I think Dora's is a bit more boring. I mean, basically, she finds a way to escape from... what's his name? What's he called? What's he called, man? I can't remember. Jarvia's predecessor. I literally can't remember his name. Oh, this is embarrassing. Can't remember his Anyway, so she basically just finds a way to escape. That's my plan. She finds a way to escape. Is what's going to happen. Because well, it's strange, really, isn't it? Because like, if you play as a different origin, it's sort of implied that they died in the Carter prison, didn't they? Dungeon, whatever. But then when you actually play the dwarf commoner origin, she gets out of the dungeon, doesn't she? I can't remember how you escape the dungeon. She's not just like fashion a lockpick or something. Or you can lure the guard, can't you? Barat is the dwarf crime lord, that's right. But then, yeah, because you get recruited by Duncan actually on the what's it bit outside where the tavern is, don't you? I think. Anyway, basically, she's gonna escape somehow, and she gets to the surface. So she escapes Barat, and she gets to the surface, at which point she joins like she joins the Kadash Carter group that the dwarf inquisitor is from. You know, Theodora, how she's from the Kadash Carter branch thing. Dorabella joins them, right? So Dorabella and Theodora are going to work together. See? Clever thinking, does. And actually, I think Dorabella is going to appear briefly in the Ostwick fanfiction. Because in the Ostwick fanfiction, I'm going to have all of my potential inquisitors turn up at some point, right? Because I do the same thing with my inquisitors, that I've got like all of my potential ones. And in my canon world state, it's Orchid who becomes the inquisitor, but all the other potential ones are there as well. So another potential one is Aurora, who is her sister. Lefane, the Dalish hunter, he's a potential one. The Dalish first, who I'm going to call Aileen, she's going to turn up in the Ostwick fanfiction. And Theodora is going to turn up at some point as part of, like, the Carter. Because there's a whole lyrium smuggling subplot that's going to be going on. Which I've already teased. There's the scene where Lexi is saying that some of the lyrium stores are missing. It's actually... It's actually a foreshadowing, because there's a whole lyrium smuggling storyline going on where there's lyrium being smuggled out of the circle. But anyway. So Theodora's going to turn up briefly as part of that storyline, because her little Carter group are smuggling lyrium around Ostwick. And I think, like, Dorabella's going to be sort of in the background. So the pair of them are going to have a little, you know... yeah, so the pair of them are going to turn up. So basically what happens to her is she escapes Orzammar. I don't know how she escapes Orzammar. She's going to do a heroic something, I don't know. And she escapes Orzammar. How do you spell Orzammar? Is it 2 M's or 2 R's? Or is it both? Is that right? Let's say yes. She escapes Orzammar. Reaches the surface. surface and joins the Kadash Carter. What's the word I'm looking for? Let's just say branch. However, so she spends like the next 10 years just smuggling lyrium and doing Carter business on the surface. However, I mean, it's going to be a bit further after the Blight. Yeah, so she spends like the next 10 years just kind of, you know, being a Carter person. Being a Carter person. But during Inquisition, she leaves. Is it Inquisition? There's a T in there somewhere, isn't it? Is there a T in there somewhere? Do you know what? It's fine. During Inquisition. It's not a T. Is there? Oh, fuck it, who cares? During Inquisition, she leaves the car. And becomes one of Liliana's agents. Code name Scribe, which is like an in-joke because you can't read or write. so like as a joke they give, because you know how all of Liliana's agents have code names which are like job descriptions. Her code name is Scribe, which is like a joke because you can't read or write. Kadash's Shale's house. Yes, it is also the family that you are part, like the Carter family that you're part of if you're the Inquisition, if you're the Dwarf Inquisitor. She's Theodora Kadash. And it's the Kadash family branch of the Carter that you are from. There you go. I've eaten just enough trifle to make me feel slightly sick. Right. So that's kind of what happens to her. Who are we missing? Noble dwarf. That's it. So, noble dwarf is what I'm a bit stuck on because I go back and forth. I go back and forth on whether I want them to be a man or a woman. I go back and forth on what I want their personality to be like. Because I like the fact that when you're playing as a dwarf noble, you can just be a complete cunt. Like when you're walking around the dwarf noble origin, you can be properly just like, why are these peasants speaking to me? Like, you could be really like up yourself. I think more than the human noble can. I mean, you know, you're literally like a prince or princess. I mean, you are royalty. I never even completely settle on a name, you know. I did have, because for the longest time I was like, I'm going to make it a prince. Because then you've got like the three brothers. then I thought, no, I'll make it a princess. And I had a really cool name for her, and I now can't remember what it was. I do know that their eventual fate is that they're going to get recruited into the Grey Wardens, because you know how in Inquisition they sort of come up with the story that the hero of Ferelden doesn't show up because they're busy looking for a cure for the taint. Well, I've kind of scrapped that because Elia, in my headcanon, Elia does turn up and join the Inquisition. And she's not off looking for a cure to the taint. But before Veilguard came out, I was like, if that becomes important to the story, which it turned out it didn't, but if it was going to become important to the story that the hero of Ferelden was off looking for a cure, I needed there to be somebody else off looking for a cure, you know, just in case there had to be somebody off looking for a cure. So I thought, right, I'll make my dwarf noble have to be... I'll make my dwarf noble be recruited into the Grey Wardens, and they can be the one who's off looking for a cure for the blight, right? So that's kind of what they're going to end up doing, but I can just never quite pin them down as a person. I like the idea that they're just really snooty and up themselves and just kind of like can't get over the fact that they were born royalty and now they have to, like, you know, just be a Grey Warden. But I need a name. We need to decide if we want a boy dwarf or a girl dwarf, and then we need a name. I don't think they were going to romance anybody, though. I think we can... Can't even read that in. Scratch that out. Not applicable. I don't know. Let's think of a name first. Where are we going to find a name? See if I've got any books I could flick through and find a nice name. Like a nice mythology book or something. Don't know where all my books have gone. I think they're probably in the other room. I've got bits of paper over here with stuff written on them. This might be because I know I came up with a proper good name for her. That's not it. That's a family tree for a different thing. That's another family tree for a different thing. I like writing family trees. What are you? Whoops. Well, that's a shopping list. That's of no use to us at all. Oh, hang on, hang on. How are you? Okay, that's Inquisitors. Bear with me, Fred. Well, I found a map of Ostwick. Oh, that's exciting, isn't it? That's not a map of Ostwick, but it's just a random map that I drew. I know I had it written down somewhere. I came up with a really cool name for her and I can't remember what it was. So much just stuff everywhere. What is this? None of that is useful. Go away. That's a map. Ooh, what are you? Just a random bit of paper that I folded over several times for reasons best known to myself. Look at that. Black bit of paper that I folded up. That's another family tree. That's a cat. Hello, Puddy. You okay? Was I making too much noise? She looks all bleary-eyed like I've just woken her up. I know. I can't find it. I know I had it written down somewhere. Should we come back to that? Because I think we've done quite well. Yeah, I think we've done quite well. That we've sort of like got a kind of general idea. What I should have started with is I should have just like laid out all of my canon world choices, shouldn't I? I mean, I do have it all saved in the Dragon Age Keep, which I'm going to have to sign into. Your credentials are incorrect or have expired. Well, I want to verify my identity. Why? Is there a huge problem with like people hacking into each other's world states or something, is there? EA? Jesus Christ. Oh look, I'm live on YouTube. Wow. I haven't checked how many people are watching this. It's just you, Fred. That's alright. Right, and then if I put cat cam on, we go back to here. Elia! There we go. So yeah, so this is all of Elia's choices. So, oh fuck off. Move them so I can actually see my screen. So these are all of Elia's choices. So, what have we got? Alistair died killing the Archdemon. Now you see, you have to pick Warden and Alistair were not lovers if Alistair dies, because it only counts if you're still together by the end of the game. I hate it when games do that. It's like, in my Inquisitor romances Iron Bull, but then he betrays her, right? So she has to kill him. But that means that when it comes to Veil God, I have to put in that she doesn't romance anyone, because he's dead, so they're not still together. But I'm like, the fact that she romanced him and then he betrayed her, I mean, like, I feel like that's more worth mentioning than if they were still together. Do you know what I mean? I just hate that you have to put in that, like, yeah, because if I try to put in that they were lovers, see, it has to be like that they remained together. I can't just be like they were lovers, but, you know, it didn't work out because he died. Loghain was executed by Alistair. We recruited Ogren, we recruited Sten, we returned Sten's sword, we recruited Wyn. Wyn is alive and well. Liliana is alive and well. Acquired the Grimoire by defeating Flemeth. So we killed Flemeth. Morrigan did not have a baby, because there was no ritual. Etc, etc. And then, what do we have? We cured them of Borryhound, of course we did. Fed the Ostergard prisoner the guard's lunch. We did not poison the urn of sacred ashes because we were not a monster. We killed Connor, because we are a monster. Bella took the tavern ownership. Sold was alive. We helped Owen's daughter escape. We freed Bevan and we paid for the sword. We helped Redcliffe prepare. We helped Redcliffe fight. Oh, we let the architect live. Which ends up not really having any consequences in game, but you know, I can invent consequences for that. We protected the keep. We reunited Oghren and Felsey. Nathaniel was alive and well. We kept Avernus alive. We gained the power of blood, which is going to become important. Possibly. We destroyed the anvil, didn't we? Defeated Branka. Destroyed the anvil. Balin rules Orzammar, because he's the better choice. Harrenhal's a fucking psychopath. Yeah, did all of that shit. Star, shut up. Supported the mages and kept them alive, obviously. And brokered peace. And did all the good things that we were supposed to do. So there we go. That's kind of like Elia's world state. So what basically happens is, if we go back to... If we go back to you. Star, what's the matter? You want to come up here? You can come up here and we can just have some cat cam for a time if you want. Give my thinky brain a rest. Because I'm confusing myself. Come here. Come on. Oh, a bit further. Bit further. She's like, I feel like this is a trap. Because it is a trap. It is a trap. Oh, and now you're up here. We can go to full cat cam. Oh, no. What are you... No. What are you doing? If we put the two cameras back on, you just... Oh, you knocked me, camera. Hey, you little dipsy. You little dipsy stick. You can see my trifle. You're a little dipsy stick. Look. Hey. Look how cute you are, though. You're like the most adorablest putty ever. Aren't you? Look up here so they can see you. I say they, it's just Fred. Fred's the only one loyal enough to watch 2 live streams in a row. Yes. Hmm? How pretty you are. So yes. So the sort of major decisions that go on in Elia's playthrough are that there's no ritual, so no baby Kieran. Alistair dies killing the archdemon. Honora becomes queen. That's kind of it, to be honest. That's the major things. I'm just trying to decide what we should start laying out next, because I think we should start laying out like what happens after the Blight. What happens in Ferelden after the Blight. That's what we should do. We should cover like the 10 years between the Blight and Inquisition. And what's going on in Ferelden with Elia and Honora. Because I kind of want to write a fanfiction about it. But then I want to write a fanfiction about so many things. I've got the Ostwick fanfiction, which covers the 10 years leading up to the Blight. Up to Inquisition, rather. And that's about what all of my Inquisitors, my potential Inquisitors, are doing in the run-up. Star, you need to just look up a bit more, because they can't see you. They can only see me. Hmm? You just can't even see her. Look up. You're not tall enough, Star. Yes. So, but then I want to do a sort of Ferelden politics one. There you are. Hello. Oh. Oh, you don't like that so much, do you? Scorpy quite likes being held like this, but Stazzy's not so keen, are you? You can see her plotting her escape. Eh? You're plotting your escape, sweetie. You're tolerating it surprisingly well. Hey. Okay. Oh, how can I get out of this? Oh no. How can I escape this predicament? Maybe if I just pretend I'm asleep, she'll put me down. Maybe that's what I need to do. She's not putting me down. Maybe I need to... Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no, what am I going to do? Oh, she's got me pretty well... She's got me pretty well caught here. Maybe I can escape this way out the back. Or maybe not. Maybe I need to go forward. Oh. Oh. Ow! Stuck her claws right in me there. She chose violence. That was how she wanted to escape. Oh, I've got cat hair in my mouth now. Yeah. See if my tea is cool enough to drink. But it's not. I bet it's going to burn me. I'm scared. It's going to burn me, isn't it? How warm are you? Quite warm. Quite warm. There's only trouble with a thermal mug. It keeps it too warm for too long. Have a drink of my juice instead. Right. How long have we been going? Oh my god, we've been going an hour and a half. Really? Fucking hell. Right. See, once I get started talking about Dragon Age, he's not stopping me. Right. So, I actually have to go with my two cameras, don't I? There we go. So, my microphone, my thing, my tea. I need to pretend that we're a fake professional. What was that? That was the first attempt. So, juice on my desk. So, right, Elia. Let's just do Elia. It's just going to be the page of Elia. So, major choices. Major choices. Look how much my handwriting changes from 1 minute to the next. I tried to brush her hair off the paper there, and it's not on the paper; it's on the screen. God, there's so much fucking cat hair on my screen. Fighting a never-ending war against this stuff. Right. Major choices. So, Alistair dies. I'm capitalising all the words for some reason. Killing the arch demon, right? Honora becomes queen. Loghain is executed. Also worth noting that Elia does actually support Honora as queen initially. Like, she always plans to make Honora queen. It's not that Honora just becomes queen because Alistair's dead. Elia, like, actually plans for her to become queen for two reasons. One, she doesn't think Alistair will be a very good king. Like, genuinely. She just doesn't think he'll be a very good king. And also because she knows Alistair doesn't want to be king, because she softens him, she doesn't harden him. So she's kind of like, does it for him as well, because she wants him to be able to stay a Grey Warden. But then, of course, he ends up dying. Obviously, there's no ritual, but we'll just put that in anyway, just to... you know, emphasise. Oh, God. Give myself hiccups. It's from eating too much trifle. Is there any other major choices that we need to put down? Most of the stuff that you do in the game isn't that major, really. God, this is not a good angle on me, is it? Christ. Let me double chin. I need to rein myself in a little bit, because I'm just starting to put weight back on. I mean, I know I've just eaten a full fucking trifle, but like I'm just starting to, just a little bit, and I'm like, just rein yourself in a bit, yeah, love. Does Honora try to rehabilitate Loghain's reputation after the Landsmeet? Yes. Maybe. A little bit, but she's not that successful. So, yeah. I think those are the only major choices we need to put in. So, after the Blight. Ferelden after the Blight, we'll put that in. Ferelden after the Blight. And we'll have a list of bullet points, because I do love a bullet point. Don't you love a bullet point? I love a bullet point. So, just like input, we're just writing notes at the minute. At some point I'll condense, I was going to say congeal, condense all of this into something that actually makes sense. But right now we're just, right, so these are like major points that we need to, you know. So Elia, an elf, emphasize that, becomes our lesser of Amaranthine. Right. Now, the game never really emphasizes how much of a fucking big deal that is. Like, she is made nobility. She will have a place in the Landsmeet, and she's an elf. That is huge. And the game never really emphasizes that. But what also can happen is Shiani, who is your cousin, because now is it like, hang on, I need to do some wikiing. Dragon Age Shiani Dragon Age Shiani, will you piss off? Because she becomes like... is that like Ban of the Alienage or something? Oh, it doesn't say. That's interesting. Oh, hang on. Oh, yes. In the epilogue, a city elf warden may name Shiani as the first Ban of Denerim's Alienage at the end of the game. So, which would also make her part of the nobility and part of the Landsmeet, right? So, our lesser is like Lord Lady. Yes. So in Ferelden, you've got the hierarchy. Big cat hair in my mouth. Honestly, you've got the hierarchy where it's turn, all, ban, right? So if we just put, hang on, I'll put it on here. Ferelden. Key. Right, well, you've got king slash queen. Then you've got turn slash turner. And then you've got all slash Alyssa. Now, interestingly, in the Awakening DLC, they always address you as all, even if you're playing as a woman, but I think you would be Alyssa. And then, whoops, Ban. I think Ban is a unisex term. Oh my god, I just fucking hate when you don't spell something properly. Ban. There we go. So that's the hierarchy. So you've got the king and the king slash queen. Then you've got the turn and the turner. But there's only two, isn't there? Because you've got turn Cousland of Highever. So there's a turn of Highever. And then Loghain is the other turn, and he's a turn of somewhere else. But there's only the two. So yeah, you've got turn Cousland, and then you've got turn Muktia, but I can't fucking remember where he's the turn of. Let's have a look. Loghain. Gwarren, that's it. So Loghain is the turn of Gwarren, and then, well, Fergus becomes the turn of Highever, but there's only two turns in the country. There used to be more, but now there's only two. Look at me knowing me Ferelden history. But yes. So yes, you're an art. She becomes. Put that like there-ish. Balin rules Orzammar. Yes, that is a good point. I should have put that in this bit. I haven't left any space. I should have left space. Oh, I'll just pop it in here. Balin rules Orzammar. Is Orzammar two M's and one R? Or one M and two R's? I can never believe it. I don't get it. Yeah, it's fine. Right. So Shiani becomes Ban of the alienage. So at this point, you've got two elves who are now nobility and therefore in the Landsmeet. Now, I also want... Oh, what's the name of that elf from the Dalish clan who is voiced by Ashley from Mass Effect? Does it begin with an L? If I just put in Origins Dalish clan. Dalish clan. No. That's not what I wanted. Dalish camp. Zathrian characters. Yes, I know I'm using a fucking ad blocker. Piss off. Linnea! There we go. Linnea, because she can kind of become something as well, can't she? Give me a minute, I'm reading. I can hear the cats doing something. If Zathrian dies, Linnea will become the clan's new keeper. She will lead the Dalish, who will be welcomed by humans because of their involvement in the Battle of Denerim. Conflicts will flare up, however, and Linnea will be instrumental in keeping peace. Yes. I think I've sort of headcanoned that she also joins the Landsmeet as like a representative of the Dalish. But more like, rather than having an official title like being a banner in Alessa or something like that, because the Dalish wouldn't recognise those titles anyway, she's more like an ambassador. So if we put in that she is... Linnea becomes Dalish ambassador to the Ferelden court, right? Pop that back on. She can become envoy for the Dalish elves to the Ferelden court, right? Okay, so yes. So the only slight complication with that is because she was Zathrian's first and then she becomes the keeper, she is a mage. So technically under Chantry law, she should be in the circle. So in order to keep her as a mage living outside the circle, there have to be some kind of like exception made for her in the same way that it's made for Grey Wardens. Like Grey Warden mages don't have to live in the circle because they're Grey Wardens, and Grey Wardens have the right of conscription and everything like that. So in order to have Linnea as her ambassador, envoy, whatever, she's gonna have to like make an exception for her because she's a mage living outside the circle, which means technically she's an apostate. Which could cause all sorts of political backlash, couldn't it? I've always wanted to write like a proper political drama, but set in like a fantasy world, so it's not like real world politics. I've mentioned a few times about the Gallifrey audio dramas that Big Finish do, the Doctor Who audio dramas. They did a Gallifrey one where Romana is president of Gallifrey and Leela is her bodyguard, and they are very political. It's all political machinations and I just love stuff like that, especially when it's set in like a sci-fi or fantasy world, so it's in no way related to like actual real life politics. It's just all fictional politics. Like political machinations and people like manoeuvring and manipulating and all that. I love storylines like that. Make another elf the envoy then. Yeah, but you'd still have the problem that the Dalish elves have mages living outside the circle, is the thing. And I think it would be kind of cool if she controversially makes a mage elf her ambassador and then makes them like part of the Landsmeet. But, because you see the thing is, Ferelden is an incredibly unique country in Thedas, and I don't think this could happen anywhere else. The whole elves being welcomed into the nobility thing and into the Landsmeet would not happen anywhere else other than Ferelden. And it's not necessarily immediately obvious just how different Ferelden is unless you read all the codex entries and also read the... It was actually when I read the... I've got the volumes of Thedas books, which are in the other room, so they're not immediately to hand. The World of Thedas, Volume 1 and Volume 2, that's it. And it was when I was reading their Ferelden entry that I sort of realised just how different Ferelden actually was from the rest of them. So Ferelden, they sort of value freedom above anything else. But they're quite egalitarian. I mean, not completely. Like, I mean, you know from playing Origins that elves are second-class citizens. But they're not treated like what they are everywhere else. And I think there's more sort of like... Because I like the idea, because also, Honora and Elia are going to become close friends. So, Honora and... Elia become close friends. So what is basically going to happen is the fact that the hero of Ferelden is an elf, that she becomes the Warden Commander, but also Lesser of Amaranthine, that Shiani becomes Ban of the Alienage, that a friggin' Dalish elf becomes Ambassador. All of these things come together, and over the years they sort of like soulmate, CRLO soulmate. Over the years they sort of like Honora starts to give the elves more freedom and more rights, and eventually she's going to just abolish the alienages altogether. And, you know, the elves end up with a much better lot in life. But I don't think this could happen in any other country in Thedas without there being some kind of revolution. Like, I don't think anywhere else would it be so readily accepted. Like, I don't think any other country in Thedas would accept an elf becoming all of Amaranthine. I just don't think that would be a thing anywhere else. But in Ferelden, I think it would. I think they could do it. Just because of, like, the Ferelden attitude and the way the Fereldans are. Because when I was reading the World of Thedas books, the impression I got is that the Fereldans sort of value people over, like, titles. So you see, I'm trying to remember things from memory here, and you know what I'm like. So I'll do a quick Ferelden search on the old wiki. Ferelden. Yes, the nation is a feudal elective monarchy, so that's a thing that's not immediately obvious as well. Because the Therin bloodline has ruled since Callan had, right? But, so, like, it's been Callan had, and then, so Callan had was the first king who united them all, and then, like, it's always been his descendants, right? But it's not actually a hereditary monarchy, it's an elected monarchy. So what will happen is, when a monarch dies, the Landsmeet will elect a successor. It just so happens they've always elected, like, you know, the son of the previous king, up until Honora. So that's one thing. Culture and society, let's have a look. Yeah, so you've got things like Ferelden city. No, hang on, no. The Ferelden desire for freedom has engendered a cultural mistrust of law enforcement, right? So that's the thing. They're not big on, like, authority anyway. While the worst offences are quickly put down by the authorities, many others are ignored, and citizens are often left to make their own justice. Petty theft is common, as guardsmen will only go out of their way to deal with serious disruptions. Commerce is given little official scrutiny. Then my bloody page decided to jump. Where are we? Commerce is given little official scrutiny as long as taxes are paid. Businesses such as brothels and gambling halls are not only tolerated but expected, and rightly so. Yes, Ferelden society is descended directly from Alamari tribe culture in its respect for skill and ability. So in general, they sort of value the person over the position, right? Sorry, I'm just reading. Yeah, so then we get down to this bit. So, like many countries in Thedas, will you stop? Don't you hate it when web pages jump while you're fucking reading them? Like many countries in Thedas, Ferelden has a large population of elves who are segregated from the rest of society and live in walled-off alienages. Unlike in other countries, however, elves in Ferelden have rights and are paid for their work. Those who do not find positions of service outside the alienage are unable to achieve high-paying jobs, but most seem to feel that they have better lives in Ferelden than in other countries because they are at least free and among family who look out for each other, right? So, we're already starting from a point where, like, they're not exactly well treated, but they're treated better than what they are in the rest of Thedas. So... let me just read stuff. That's political stuff. Doo-doo-doo. So yes, the impression that I got is that I'm just reading the chat now. An elf Grey Warden gets away with becoming the Jarl because they killed the Archdemon. Yes, but they're still an elf, which means they are a precedent, right? Right? So, where was I going with this? Yes, so basically, so we're covering like the 10 years from the end of the Blight till the start of Inquisition, and we're covering how Ferelden is going to evolve. Because the games are very good in true BioWare fashion. They're very good at not giving us too much information about what is actually going on in the places we've already been. Do you know what I mean? So in like Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition and even Veilguard, you don't get a particular sense of what has been going on in Ferelden, particularly, which is good because it means you can make it up. So Ferelden is such a unique country in its whole, I mean, its whole society and culture, but its whole just like general outlook. Like they seem to value like people above positions generally. They value skill and ability. I've sort of got the idea that they expect nobles to kind of pitch in and not to be just like sat in their castles wearing fancy robes, but to actually be like working and out doing stuff. I've got a wonderful idea that after the Blight, Honora is actually going to be like out rebuilding Denerim, like literally building walls and things. You know, if that's what they needed to be doing in that moment. And I was going to have, I mean, some of this, it's all like inspired by the lore in the game, but then I have expanded on it myself as well. So, I was going to have things like, at some point, Celine is going to visit the Landsmeet. Have the idea that when Honora comes in, there's like mud on the hem of her dress. And that's like almost deliberate because the people respect her a bit more if she's a bit muddy. And if she's not just like this great sort of, you know, whereas the Orlesians would expect their empress to be sort of like all done up in the finest, with not a hair out of place, you know, everything perfect. Whereas in Ferelden, the people of Ferelden respect their queen more if she's got like mud on the hem of her dress, you know. if her hair's a bit out of place because she's actually been doing something. So that's kind of the Ferelden that I'm building. Finish my trifle. Viral Effects is here. Hello, Viral Effects. How many people are watching now? 5. Fucking hell. So, I need to go back to my thing. Yeah. So that's kind of that's the sort of Ferelden that I'm envisaging. which is inspired by the lore that is given us in the game, but like I've said, I do expand upon it. So, all of that is a long-winded way of me saying, I think if anybody was going to give the elves, like, equal rights, it's going to be Ferelden. I think they're the only ones who could get away with it without having to have some kind of, like, violent elven uprising. So, we're going to have Elia and Honora work together to improve the lives of elves in Ferelden. But it's not going to be all plain sailing, because, you know, Honora will face some political backlash. But I think in general, like, I think you could bring the Ferelden people around. I don't think you could bring the Olesians around, particularly. But with Ferelden, I think you could. So, yes. Then we come on to the issue of mages. Because I've already said, Linnea is going to become the Dalish ambassador to the Ferelden court, right? Now, this is controversial. Not only is she a Dalish elf, she's also a mage living outside the circle, which means she's technically an apostate, but if she's welcomed into the Ferelden court, that means Honora is basically making an exception for her, saying, you know, you're a mage, technically you're an apostate, but it's fine, I'm not going to let the Templars arrest you. That's controversial. Which brings us on to their stance on mages generally. So, we do know that the Ferelden Mage Tower is certainly not the harshest tower in Thedas. In fact, I think it's quite tame compared to most of them. I think it sort of seems to be that, like, the Raveni Circle Tower is the one where they have the most freedom, because they basically just ignore what the Chantry says. The Ostwick Circle Tower is said to be quite tame, and I expanded on that in my Ostwick fanfiction, where, like, they really are given quite a lot of freedom by Chantry standards. And then I think the Ferelden Tower is sort of like the next least bad one. But from what we see in Origins, it's not exactly a wonderful place to live. But, you know, it's not the White Spire. Because if you've read the book Asunder, which is one of the Dragon Age books, then you will know the White Spire is literally hell on earth. Like, the White Spire is horrific. When they sort of talk about what life is like in the White Spire, for most people, unless, like, you become quite important and quite high ranking, but for most people, including mages and Templars, it seems to be, like, pretty fucking awful. Aren't the Orlesians distrustful of elves because they actually fought them in an exalted march? Yes! That is true. It was the exalted march against the elves that created both the city elves and the Dalish. Because I think, if I'm remembering this correctly, because the elves, after Andraste freed the elves, they settled down in, can't remember what it's called, but it is it's now part of Orlais. But they sort of settled, it was at the time on the border with Orlais, and there were tensions between the elves and the humans, but neither side was particularly welcoming to the other. Like, it was, yeah. It's not, yeah. So, like, they were very distrustful of each other, so there was always tensions. And then, I mean, I have a headcanon that really, the Emperor of Orlais at the time, and I can't remember which emperor it was, just wanted to expand Orlais's land, and therefore provoked the elves into attacking. But the elves did attack first, and then there was an exalted march against them, and and they were defeated, and then what happened was you had all of these sort of homeless wandering elves around the place because they'd been defeated in the war, and the Divine at the time ordered all the cities of Thedas to take in any elven refugees on the condition that those elves converted to Andrasteism. And the ones who did became the city elves, and the ones who didn't became the Dalish. That's where they settled, the Dales. Yeah, so there you go. That's the sort of... That's a brief history of the elves. Anyway, so yes, the Orlesians are particularly not so nice to the elves. I suppose in Ravane would probably treat the elves quite well. Because the Ravani are very egalitarian. Probably more so than Ferelden, actually. I mean, Tevinter definitely not, because they still enslave them. Although they enslave humans as well, they just sort of enslave everybody. But I don't think Tevinter would be, you know, a great ambassador for elven rights. Navarra, I'm not so sure about. Navarra's a bit of a funny one. Yeah. Anyway, so basically, yes. So we've got this idea that Elia and Honora sort of work together and improved a lot of elves in Ferelden. They do abolish the alienages. Abolishes the alienages. I mean, it's not like it's going to be perfect. It's not like it's going to be, oh, we all love each other now and we all get on and everything's brilliant. It's not going to be like that at all, but you know. It's a start. Yes, I was talking about mages, wasn't I? Because, yes, so you've got the Ferelden Mage Tower, which is, I think, meant to be like one of the better mage towers. But then you've also got the situation, you've got to remember, in Inquisition, it's Ferelden who takes in the rebel mages. So the rebel mages, being led by Fiona, are taken in by Ferelden. Honora lets them in, and only demands that they leave again when they, you know, invite Tevinter Magisters to Redcliffe. You can sort of understand that Honora would be a bit pissed off about that. That, like, you know, you invited Tevinter Magisters to Redcliffe. Can you please now get out of my country? But I think the fact that Ferelden takes the rebel mages in is quite telling. Oh, do you think we could make it that Honora supported the Mage Rebellion? Because Justinian supported the Mage Rebellion. Interestingly. Could make it that Honora supports the Mage Rebellion. Oh, but I was also going to add in. So, there's a whole thing about Honora. That people suspect Honora is barren. It's a horrible word, isn't it? Because her and Kaelin... Kaelin? It is Kaelin, isn't it? Oh my god, I'm forgetting the fucking name of the king. It's Kaelin, isn't it? Yeah, King Kaelin. Her and Kaelin never have children. Right? So people suspect that Honora can't have children because her and Kaelin never have children. Now, there's varying theories about this. One is that her and Kaelin just don't sleep together. Because basically they were childhood friends and they grew up like brother and sister, and the marriage was a sort of political one, and there's no sort of real sense as to whether they were actually like a married couple. Some people think Honora can't have children, other people think Kaelin can't have children. I go by the idea that Kaelin couldn't have children, right? Because I'm going to have Honora eventually remarry, right? And she marries Fergus Cousland, right? So Honora marries Fergus Cousland. And then she's going to have 3 daughters. because that mirrors her with Andraste, you see. And then, I've got like a whole thing where there's going to be like a weird cult sort of springs up who believe that she's like Andraste reincarnated, and she doesn't like acknowledge them at all, but there is like, she does have this weird cultish following who are like, she's Andraste reincarnated, and she's like, I'm not Andraste reincarnated, and they're like, she's Andraste reincarnated. So she marries Fergus Cousland and has 3 daughters, and I had names for all of them. They were going to be... what was I going to call them all? The oldest one was going to be Caris. I can't remember what I was going to call the other ones. We'll think about that in a minute. I'm good at coming up with names. We'll come up with names. But I know the oldest one was going to be Caris. Or was the youngest one going to be Caris? Caris is quite a cute name for like a little princess running around. Doesn't Honora state that Caelan had mistresses? Oh, I don't know. Got no idea. If Caelan was barren, wouldn't that be known by someone at court? Well, I don't know. I mean, do they have ways of telling that in Thedas? I mean, if, you know... If two people are married and no children are produced, generally, in real-world history, they would assume that the woman was barren. But they would have no way of actually knowing, one way or the other. I don't know whether Thedas is magically advanced enough to know if, you know, who it is who can't have children. And I don't see why it would disinherit him from the throne. Especially since, like I say, Ferelden isn't a hereditary monarchy. It's an elected monarchy, so it doesn't actually matter, particularly. But anyway. I have a feeling the youngest one was going to be Caris. But I was going to have a whole thing that, like, because, like I say, it's not a hereditary monarchy, it's an elected monarchy. But she does want one of her daughters to be the next queen. But she doesn't think the eldest one is up to it. So she's actually grooming one of the younger ones. I kind of like that idea because it would create a bit of, like, sibling conflict. Anyway, so that's going to be a thing. What else? What else have I got planned for Ferelden? I mean, I've got so many things we could lay out, and I don't know where to start. This is why it gets so complicated. Like, I've just got too much stuff in my head, and I can't get it out in a way that makes sense. But I think this is sort of making sense. Because I'm just trying to lay out, like, the sort of Ferelden that we're going to find by the time Inquisition comes around. Because one of my many planned fanfictions... In fact, I tell you what, we'll write a list of my planned fanfictions, just quickly. So we've got... the Ostwick fanfiction, which is the one you can read on the Discord, if you so desire. Is that spell Ostwick? Yes. Which is Come on, Magpie, think. Use your brain. Covers the 10-year run up to Inquisition and is the Inquisitor's backstory. Right, so that's what that's about. And it contains all of my potential Inquisitors. So, if you missed the first couple of hours of the live stream, we were laying out, because I've got, like, my headcanon is that. I feel like I've explained this so many times. My headcanon is that I have my canon warden, right? And then I've got all of my other potential wardens from their different origins. And in my canon world state, they each find a way to survive their origin. And then they go on to do other things, right? And I have the same with my Inquisitors. So in the Ostwick one, it's like, it's the backstory of my canon Inquisitor, right? And her time in the Ostwick Circle Tower. But then all of my other potential Inquisitors are characters in it as well. And they're all going to, like, go off and do different things and become different people, right? Etc. So, that's what the Ostwick fanfiction is about. But then I want to have, like, let's just call it a Ferelden one. Which also covers the 10-year run-up. Or rather, should we say the 10-year gap between Origins and Inquisition? Origins and Inquisition, and basically just it's basically just going to be about Ferelden politics and just sort of how Ferelden evolved. Let's just put how Ferelden, oh my god, I can't write, evolves. Right? Because then I'm going to have an Inquisition one. I'm going to be like 85 by the time I finish writing all these fanfictions. I'm going to have an Inquisition fanfiction, which covers basically the game, right? But it's not told from the point of view of the Inquisitor. It's told from the point of view of, like, the normal people in the Inquisition. One of whom is going to be my hero of Ferelden, because she's going to join the Inquisition. So is Hawke, and so is all of the Grey Wardens from Vigil's Keep, which we're going to cover in a minute. Is anybody following this? So sorry, I'm just reading the chat. So the Inquisition fanfiction, fucking hell, confusing my own brain here. So the Inquisition fanfiction is going to cover Inquisition. Cover Inquisition. But it's not going to be about the Inquisitor. Because I like the idea that the Inquisitor is a sort of, I don't know, she becomes like an almost symbolic figure. Like she's a sort of all of the heroes that you play as, she's the one who becomes the most, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Legendary, kind of. You know, she's almost not even a person anymore. She's the Inquisitor, like the Queen or the Pope. You know what I mean? They become like an idea more than a person. So I like the idea of doing a fanfiction that covers, like, the story of Inquisition, but not from the point of view of the Inquisitor, because we've already played the game as the Inquisitor, right? So it's going to be all the stuff that's going on around, like, the main storyline. And I'm going to have loads of different things. So, like, there's certain war table missions that just mention things that seem like they should be really big deals, but then it's never really covered in the main story. One of which is after you make... So I make Selene Empress, right? So I've got Selene as the Empress, and I've got Honora as Queen of Ferelden. And if you do that, there's a war table mission that pops up that says that basically they've fallen out with each other. But it doesn't explain why they've fallen out. It just says they've fallen out, and now Orlais and Ferelden are on the brink of war, and we need to send some ambassadors to sort it out, right? And that's it. That's all you get. And you send some ambassadors to sort it out, and you get a letter from Josephine that says, we sorted it out, they're not going to go to war anymore. Marvellous, brilliant, wonderful. To me, that seems like that is a really big fucking storyline that is just kind of going on in the background for the actual game. So things like that we're going to bring to the front. So what's going to happen is... It's gonna start off. So you know when there's a war table mission that pops up where you have to go and try and find the hero of Ferelden. And you send scouts out to find the hero of Ferelden, and they find the hero of Ferelden, and they bring back a letter from the hero of Ferelden that says, I would love to help you, but I can't because I'm busy looking for a cure to the blight, right? Which never sat right with me. I never liked that. I didn't think that's what my warden would be doing. So... I'm trying to keep up, says Fred. So am I, Fred, don't worry. So, yes, so this fanfiction, the Inquisition fanfiction, is going to start with them receiving that letter, and Leliana is just not convinced that it's from the hero of Ferelden at all. She thinks there's something going on, right? And Morrigan agrees. So the pair of them try to persuade the Inquisitor that we need to send someone out to find out what the fuck is going on, because I don't think this letter is really from the hero of Ferelden, right? However, the Inquisition has a lot of important shit going on, and they can't really spare anyone. So, who do they get to go and look for the hero of Ferelden? Hawke, right? They get Hawke to go and look for the hero of Ferelden, because Hawke sticks around for a little while before heading off to Iceout. So, Hawke and all of Hawke's team, like Merrill and Aveline, and all of them are going to turn up, right? And they're going to go off looking for the hero of Ferelden. And they're going to find her, having her and the Grey Wardens from Vigil's Keep have all been... Because none of them turn up either after you recruit all the Grey Wardens into the Inquisition. None of the Grey Wardens from Vigil's Keep seem to be there. So it's a bit like, where the fuck are they all? So yeah, they're going to find the hero of Ferelden and all of her Grey Wardens from Vigil's Keep who have been captured by the Venatori and are being experimented on. And the reason they're being experimented on is because they all drank the blood thing that Avernus made, and they've got sort of like slightly more advanced Grey Warden powers, and the Venatori are sort of intrigued and they want to know what that was all about. So they captured them and they're doing experiments on them. And then they sent this fake letter to try and throw the Inquisition off the scent, right? That's kind of how it starts. So they rescue the hero of Ferelden and all of the Grey Wardens from Vigil's Keep, and they bring them back to the Inquisition, and they sort of join the Inquisition, right? Bearing in mind that Elia, the hero of Ferelden, is also Olive Amaranthine, so she does have, like, other responsibilities, and she sort of becomes a bit of a bridge between Ferelden and the Inquisition, right? Which is then going to open up the door for other sort of stories, one of which is that, like, Selene and Honora have fallen out and that now Orlais and Ferelden are on the brink of war, and Elia is going to be kind of involved in that. So we're going to go into that, and then there's going to be other stuff that's going to happen, probably. I'm going to have, like, storylines with Leliana's agents. It's just going to be, you know, so it's going to cover Inquisition. From the point of view of, I don't know, I want to put, like, the common people. Let's just do that. The common people, because it's not going to be about the Inquisitor and her inner circle, because, you know, we've already played the game, we already know all of that. It's going to be about everyone, like, around that, and it's just going to bring in lots of other political stuff that's going on, like, around it. So we'll leave that there. What else? Oh, yes, I want a Veil Guard one. A Veil Guard. Fanfiction, which covers Veil Guard, right? In the south. So, because Veil Guard is all confined to the north and everything that's going on in the north, and we hear about all of the disastrous stuff that's going on in the south from letters that you get from the Inquisitor, basically saying there's a really big blight going on and it's really bad and lots of people are dying, right? But that's kind of all you hear about it. So I'm going to have a one that covers, like, what's going on down there, and you're going to have Celine and Honora and the hero Ferelden, and various other original characters that I've created, all kind of coming together, trying to fight this blight, trying to hold everything together. I haven't worked out the details of that one yet. I've just got, like, vague ideas. But we'll mention it because characters that are going to come up here will be in it. Like, for example, Honora's 3 daughters, who I need to think of names for. This is fucking exhausting. Jesus Christ. So, how many people are watching currently? 3. Oh, I've got 3 likes, blimey. Hey, dear me. Right. So, put that somewhere you can actually see it. There. Give you a general idea. Oh, you can see me trifle bowl. You can see me trifle bowl. There we go. There. Okay. So, Grey Wardens in Ferelden. Ferelden Grey Wardens. Let's do that. Because Elia is going to spend her time rebuilding the Wardens. Elia rebuilds Ferelden Grey Wardens. Right? So, Vigil's Keep is going to be like the Ferelden Grey Warden base. Soldier's Peak is where they're going to train new recruits, because it's very out of the way. So, like, I imagine becoming a Grey Warden is probably quite traumatic. Assuming you even survive the joining, then suddenly you've got Darkspawn whispering in your head and all sorts of things going on, right? So, I like the idea that she sends them to Soldier's Peak, where they can sort of, like, get accustomed to being a Grey Warden kind of away from everybody. So I sort of like that idea. She keeps Avernus alive, so Avernus is there for a while until he dies naturally, doing experiments and stuff. So he's been doing, like, you know, experiments with Grey Warden blood and things like that. So the Ferelden Grey Wardens tend to have slightly more abilities than normal Grey Wardens, because they sort of drink Avernus's potions and things like that. So there's a bit of that going on. Let's do Elia's Inner Circle. Elia's Inner Circle. So this is basically all of the new Grey Wardens that she recruits. So obviously we've got the ones from Awakening, so we'll have Valana, who is going to become her... what's it called? Warden Constable, which is like a second-in-command kind of thing. So, yeah, she becomes the Warden Constable. Constable. So you've got the Warden Commander, who is the boss, and then you've got the Warden Constable, who is the second-in-command. I see. So, and then you've got Nathaniel, obviously. Ogryn. Obviously. Sigrun. Obviously, Anders and Justus are going to disappear. Am I missing anyone? I think that's it from Awakening, isn't it? But then we're going to have Carver. So my Cannon Hawk is a mage. So Bethany dies at the hands of the ogre, and then Carver is the one who goes to Kirkwall with her, and he ends up becoming a Grey Warden, and he ends up at Vigil's Keep, right? So Carver becomes one of Elia's wardens. Shakar, who, if you missed the first part of the video live stream, is my Dalish elf who spends the blight looking for a cure to the taint, because of course he gets infected with the taint, and he spends the blight travelling around Ferelden with Constance, who is my human mage. So, I've already explained it earlier on, but we'll summarise it again. What happens is, Constance is my human mage, right? My human mage warden, but obviously in this world state she doesn't become the warden. So she gets arrested by the Templars because of the whole Jowan situation. And while they are transporting her to Aenar, she escapes and she goes on the run and becomes an apostate. She meets Shakar, who is my Dalish elf, and he leaves his clan because he gets infected with the blight. Duncan isn't there to recruit him into the wardens, so he leaves to try and find a cure. Constance is a healer, so she manages to keep him alive throughout most of the blight, even though he's infected with the taint. After the blight, they come to the conclusion that the only way to save him is to make him a Grey Warden. So they travel to Vigil's Keep to ask Elia to make him a Grey Warden to save him. While they're there, the Templars realise who Constance is and try to arrest her and take her back to Aenar, at which point Elia steps in and invokes the right of conscription, so she becomes a Grey Warden as well. Right? Is there anyone else? Oh, yes, our noble dwarf, who I didn't think of a name for. Let's just put in noble dwarf for now. Oops. My god, I cannot write noble dwarf. So those are kind of going to be the main Grey Wardens at Vigil's Keep. How long have we been going? 2.5 hours? Bloody hell. I think we need a bit of a break. Do you think we need a bit of a break? I feel like this has been quite mentally taxing. Oh, dear me. Oh, yeah, I feel like this has been quite mentally taxing. We'll take a quick break, shall we? Take a quick break. And then I'll be back. And then we'll decide what we're going to talk about next. And we'll see if we can make any more sense of it. I'll see if I can find the kitten break screen. Where are you, kitten break screen? You're there somewhere. That's kitten drama. It's technical difficulties. Kitten break. There we go. There we go. Right, I'll be back. I'm back. Right. So, I've been and brought my washing in, and I cleaned the litter tray out, and I took the recycling out, and then I melted some chocolate to put on top of my caramel shortbread. Because I made caramel shortbread this morning. I was waiting for the caramel to set. And as I walked past it, I thought, I should put the chocolate on now because then the chocolate will be set by the time we finish the live stream. Because I make the chocolate very thick, so it takes forever to set. As most people, when they make caramel shortbread, the chocolate's like this. It's like a tiny little layer of chocolate. Not with me. Oh no, the layer of chocolate is as thick as the friggin' shortbread. I think, also Brenda's here, hello Brenda. I think the, because I tweak recipes and then end up coming up with my own recipes, right? But I always I have like a starting recipe, and I think the starting recipe that I used when I first started making caramel shortbread, it had like 150 grams of chocolate or something like that. I put 450 grams on it. 450 grams of chocolate. 150 grams of chocolate? Nah, you want nice thick chocolate, don't you? Anyway, the point is, I've been thinking. I know, while I was doing me things. Here's my thoughts. So, if we switch to... I can't see past my microphone. I've had to move it because I've got everything in different places to what I have it normally. Right, so... bearing in mind, we're just laying out the basics at the minute. This is just an overview. We're not going into huge amounts of detail or anything. So we've covered all of my wardens. Kind of. We still need to think up a noble dwarf, but we'll get to that in a minute. We've given a rough overview of what is going to happen to Ferelden between Origins and Inquisition. We've done a rough overview of the various fanfictions I want to write. I mean, the odds of all of these ever getting written are very slim, but you know, the point is the idea is there. And we've laid out who the Vigils Keep Wardens are going to be. Because they're one of our key groups of people, you see, is the Vigils Keep Wardens. So, what I think we're going to do now is we're going to do for my Inquisitors what we did for my Wardens. So we're going to lay out all of my Inquisitors and what is going to be happening with each one of them in my canon world state. Because only one of them actually becomes the Inquisitor, as you can imagine. And then I'm going to do a big list of all the Wardens and all the Inquisitors, and just a brief kind of thing of what's going to happen to them all, right? We're gonna like a sort of in summary kind of a thing, right? So, Jesus, don't even get me started on my rooks. Trouble is, I need to play a few more Veilguard. I need to do a few more Veilguard playthroughs before I really get my rooks nailed down. Because I've only really got my canon rook at the minute. Right, so, because we did my Wardens, you see, if you missed the first bit of the live stream, we did all my Wardens, and we laid them all out. So Elia's my canon Warden, so she's the one who becomes the Warden, and then all of the other ones are going to survive their various origin stories, and then go on to become different things. But I'm gonna summarise it all at the end, right? Let's start with my Inquisitors. So, in Quiz A Tools. So we might lay this out a little bit better than we did with the Wardens. So we're going to start with Orchid. Yes, that is her name. Trevelyan. Who is the protagonist of my Ostwick fanfiction, which you can read on the Discord if you so desire. The first 11 chapters are written. There is a channel on the Discord called Fanfiction, or Fanfic. If you go into that, I have linked a Word document that has the first 11 chapters of the Ostwick fanfiction if you so desire reading it. It is about the 10-year run-up to Inquisition, and Orchid Trevelyan is a little 16-year-old mage at the very beginning, and it's going to cover the 10 years between her being 16 and her being 26, and just sort of like what happens to her. There you go. So Orchid Trevelyan, who is our human mage, and she is well, she's the Inquisitor. So yeah, she's basically just the Inquisitor. That's who she becomes. She becomes the Inquisitor. I'm not like going to lay out personalities or anything like that at the minute. We can go into more detail with that later, or in a different live stream, or whatever. Right. So yeah, so she becomes the Inquisitor. And then the rest are going to be people who are potential Inquisitors, but they're going to have different fates, because only one of them can actually be the Inquisitor. You're following? Good. So you have Orchid Trevelyan's younger sister, Aurora. She also has like 6 brothers. Oh, we could do a Trevelyan family tree. Oh, we're totally doing that at some point. Actually, I think I've got a Trevelyan family tree saved somewhere. We'll do that at some point. Like I say, at the minute we're doing an overview. We can do other live streams at later dates where we like narrow in on specific points. So, Aurora Trevelyan, who is my human noble, and I'm going to say she's also an archer, because she is. So what is going to happen to her is she is going to go to Ferelden and become the ward of Ban Alfstanner. That's what's going to happen to her, because Ban Alfstanner is actually a cousin of the Trevelyans. In my headcanon, that's not a Dragon Age lore thing, that's a my headcanon thing. I've got it that because in Ostwick they use the same titles that the Fereldans use. So you've got the Turn of Ostwick, and then there's Bans in Ostwick. So they use the same titles that the Fereldans use. And I was trying to come up with a reason as to why they would do that, because in Kirkwall they use the same titles that the Orlesians do, and that's because the Orlesians occupied Kirkwall, didn't they? I think? Am I misremembering that? I think the Orlesians occupied Kirkwall for a while. I'm sure that's why they use Orlesian titles. But in Ostwick they use Ferelden titles, but it's not explained why. It's just explained that they use Ferelden titles in Ostwick. So I came up with a headcanon that the first turn of Ostwick was Ferelden and came across from Ferelden, and then sort of like became the boss of Ferelden, of Ostwick even, and that's why they use Ferelden titles, and they are descended from Ban Alfstanner's family. And mostly I just like Ban Alfstanner, and I wanted to give her a part in the story, so she's like a cousin of theirs. And Aurora is a bit of a rebel. So we know that the Trevelyans are very the Orlesians occupied Ferelden, not Kirkwall. I mean, they did occupy Ferelden, yes, but they occupied loads of places. Orlais occupied most of Thedas at one point. I'm sure they occupied Kirkwall as well. Let's do a little Dragon Age Kirkwall. I'm sure when I was doing the Kirkwall entry for the A to Z. Oh, will you fuck off with your ad blocker nonsense? Not Kirkwall, Ostwick. No, yes, Kirkwall. What am I fucking talking about? the history. Yeah, so it was founded by Tevinter. slave uprising. Because didn't Olay occupy Navarra at some point as well? I'm sure I remember when I was doing the Olay entry. I don't know if that one actually got... I don't think that one got to the point of actually being made into a video, but I'm sure it was like... Okay. During the third New Exalted March, Qunari invaders took Kirkwall in a night raid. They occupied Kirkwall for 4 years, forcibly converting much of the populace to the Qun and making them work in labour camps previously manned by slaves. It was liberated by Orlesians under the Chevalier Michel something French, who was appointed Viscount in 760 by the Emperor. He pursued a campaign of religious re-education and formed the Kirkwall City Guard to act as the city's defenders. In 805 Blessed, Kirkwall rebelled against Orlesian rule and gained independence, but maintained the title of Viscount as its ruler. So they were sort of liberated by the Orlesians, who then decided just to take the city for themselves. But they were ruled by Olay at some point. But yeah, it was funny when I was researching Olay for the A to Z. I was like, wow, Olay really did occupy like most of Ferelden at one point. Like, you sort of had... Because you've got, like, Tevinter as being the big empire that ruled most of Thedas. But then after Tevinter fell, actually Olay went on to become, like, the big empire that ended up taking over most of the land. But then, you know, they've kind of, like... Because they took over the Dales. Then they occupied Ferelden. I have it in my head they occupied Navarra for a while. I know they've definitely been to war with Navarra. But I remember thinking, wow, Olay really was an empire for a while. And it's weird because in the games it's always like, oh, Tevinter were the evil empire who occupied everywhere. But when I was actually researching it, I was like, I think Olay was just as bad. They sort of rose in the wake of Tevinter after Tevinter fell. Anyway, and then I have a headcanon that Navarra is going to be the next one to rise, because I think Navarra are the real power. I don't think Tevinter or Olay are the real power, I think Navarra are the real power. I'll do a whole video where I outline that, my thoughts behind that. Anyway, yes, so Aurora is going to be a bit of a rebel. She doesn't really suit the noble life. She doesn't like parties and balls and politics and all of that. She would have been happy as a farmhand. She likes being out in the fields doing stuff. And we know that the Trevelyan's are very, very involved in the Chantry. And we know that Trevelyan children are generally given to the Chantry either as Chantry brothers or sisters or as Templars. Aurora doesn't want to be a Templar because she doesn't agree with the Circle. She thinks mages should be free. So she's absolutely against becoming a Templar. She doesn't want to become a Chantry sister because that's just not the life for her. And she absolutely refuses to be married off to anybody, right? So she's kind of, as far as, like, everyone in the noble circles is concerned, she's sort of a bit of a lost cause because, like, she just doesn't want any of the options that are available to her. She happens to be her father's favourite child. So he's happy to, like, protect her and not force her into anything that she doesn't want to do. But he also knows that she can't just hang around doing nothing all of her life. So in the end, he sends her to Ferelden because he thinks she'll be more... she'll fit in there better. Like, she'll fit into the Ferelden nobility and their way of doing things better because the Ferelden nobles tend to be a bit more hands-on. So she becomes the ward of Ban Alfstanna. And she ends up grooming her to take over from her. Because she doesn't have any children herself. Right, that's kind of what's going to happen with her. So Aurora is going to go to Ferelden. There's a cat. Hello. You okay? Okay. See little posies. You little posies. Yeah. Hi. Oh dear. Oh, you're blocking their view, love. If you knock that camera off of there, I will actually kill you. I will take one of your lives from you. Hi. Oh, it's so beautiful. Yeah. I know. I know. That was a very cute squeak. Oh, look at him. Look at his little face. What are you doing? Why can cats never just settle somewhere and sit? They have to be walking backwards and forwards and rubbing up against things and stuff. Like you could just like sit on the end here. That would be just sit there. Sit your little puddy bum down there. Sit down there and look cute. And that's your asshole they can see right now. Yeah. And then, no, you just can't stay still, can you? No, you have to be moving around all the time. You a numpty face. Yeah. Oh. His little head. Oh, man. Hey, they can just see your little floof. Should we put the full camera on, if I can find the thing for it? Full cat cam, there we go. Come around here. Come on. You want cuddles? You want cuddles? Oh, see, you let them get a good look at you. You look so grumpy there. There we go. Look how beautiful you are. Look how beautiful. Look, that's you. You're so pretty. Very floofy. Yeah. Yeah. My favouriteest boy in all the world, aren't you? You are. You are my favouriteest boy in all the world. You're even more favouriteest than Fred, but don't tell him. Fred's second favouriteest. Ew. Oh dear. Oh, here we go. So, that's going to be Aurora. I'll write it down in a minute when I've got my hands back. So Aurora is going to... That's what's going to happen to Aurora. I mean, we could go through all of Orchid's brothers as well, because she's got quite a few brothers, and I've got different ideas for all of them. But we'll get to that later, because we're focusing on my potential Inquisitors at the minute. So my other potential Inquisitors... I've got a Dalish Hunter... called Lefane, who, during his actual playthrough, when he becomes the Inquisitor, he romances Dorian, which is a thing. Which is a thing. You've got very sharp teeth. You've got very sharp teeth. Eh? Very sharp. I mean, I know it's cute and everything, but it hurts. I know. Oh, that was my hair you licked there. Ew. He does that in the morning when he comes to wake me up. He comes and lies across the top of my pillow, and because he's so big, he forces me off the pillow. So he forces me off the pillow. Then he sticks his claws in my forehead, and then he starts licking my hair, and I'm like, seriously? Scopy. Look up here so they can see you. Don't we make such a cute pair? We do. It's just too much adorableness, isn't it? I don't know how the world can contain it. All this adorableness in one place. Me and you. Me and you together. How can the universe cope with such beauty? Ow. 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 His claws are so sharp. And his teeth are so sharp. But I don't, ow! I don't have the heart to stop him because it's so cute. Ow! Okay, alright, okay. I know. Look at you! Such a little fur baby, aren't you? My little fur baby. Yeah. Ah, okay, that was a bit, yeah. Oh dear. You're just too sweet, aren't you? You're too sweet. Yeah. It always smells so nice. Why do putties always smell so nice? But they smell of weird things. Like, it'll smell of stuff that, like, I never have in the flat. Like, Whatsits. He always smells of Whatsits. But I don't have Whatsits in the flat. I don't understand how you smell of Whatsits. Do you sneak out when I'm at work and go and buy yourself Whatsits? And other thing, I mean, I can't bring any to mind at this moment. Sometimes it just smells of weird things, and I'm like, how do you smell of that? But it's usually food related. But Whatsits is a really common one. You often smell of Whatsits. Or like candy floss ones. I remember smelling them and thinking, you smell of candy floss. I don't understand how you smell of candy floss. I have nothing in this flat that smells like candy floss. Must be just putty magical powers, mustn't it? The magical powers of putties. You just smell of nice things. I'm getting cramp in my hand here, Scopes. It's so sweet. The sweetest boy. Yeah. This is more entertaining than Dragon Age talk, isn't it? Yeah. We just do this for a little bit, Scopes. Oh. Give me your hand. I want to rub my head against it. Oh, what's happening? Where are you going? Look at all the bloody marks I've got from him. I don't know if you can see that. Covered in little marks from his little teeth. Hey, you're bloody pulling my camera over! Jesus! Off he goes. Oh man, I bet it's in the wrong place now. Hang on, let's go over to camera. Oh no, there we go. I've sort of salvaged it. See my N7 mug? See my other mug? Fucking hell. Right. Fucking hell. Right, so as I was saying, Aurora goes to goes to Ferelden, becomes Ban Alfstana's ward, but then during Inquisition she is going to become one of Leliana's agents. So I've sort of got becomes, oh, I need a code name for her. One of Leliana's agents. Yeah, so I've sort of got, with my various wardens, alternate wardens we'll say, and alternate inquisitors, they mostly split into two groups. That they either become one of Elia's Grey Wardens at Vigil's Keep, or they become one of Leliana's agents in the Inquisition. I think some of them are going to go off and do different things, but mostly those are the two categories that they fall into. Because we're going to have our Ferelden fanfiction, whom the Vigil's Keep Wardens are going to be major players in, and then we're going to have our Inquisition fanfiction, whom our agents are going to be major players in, right? So, I mean, not all, like I say, like Shiva becomes like a general in the Ferelden army and stuff like that, as we covered earlier. But, you know, I'm going to summarise it all, so, you know, bear with me, guys, bear with me. Right, so, yes, so she becomes Ban Alfsteiner's ward, and then during Inquisition she becomes one of Liliana's agents, and I need a code name for her. So Dorabella's code name was Scribe, because Dorabella can't read or write, so it was sort of an ironic name. So we need to think of an ironic name for Aurora. Code name. Because all of Liliana's agents have code names which are like job descriptions, like Charter, etc. I think there's Fisher as well, and various people like that. So I like the idea. So I like the idea that all of them have like names that are ironic, like, so Dorabella is Scribe, but she can't read or write, right? So what would be ironic for Aurora? Someone who hates nobility. Doesn't like... Oh, what about like... Because she hates like dresses. That's one of the things in the Ostwick fanfiction. In fact, one of the chapters that's already written is where she has to go to a ball and they put her in a ball gown and she absolutely hates it. Like, she just cannot stand being in a dress. So, is there like a fancy name for a dressmaker? I need an... because dressmaker sounds like a bit of a shit code name. But what would be like a different name for a dressmaker? Hang on. Get me old thesaurus up. I love going on thesaurus.com and just... OBS briefly disconnected there and it freaked me out. Is the stream okay? Are we alright? Are we back to excellent connection? We're back to excellent connection. That's alright. That freaked me out for a minute there. I thought OBS was going to crash. Taylor! Soulmate has suggested. That's a good one. Or seamstress. I don't think seamstress sounds very codenamey. I like Taylor. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Taylor. Yeah, I like that. Taylor and Scribe. That's cool. Right, so... go back onto OBS. Right. Take a drink of my tea. I've not been drinking enough. I'm talking too much and not drinking enough. Not doing my throat any good. Okay. Moving on. We're going to have Lefane. Llewellyn. I was thinking, what's the surname of the Dalish? So Lefane. And he is a Dalish hunter. And also an archer. And him and Aurora are best friends. Right? Which is, of course, controversial because he's a Dalish elf and she's a human noble. But they are best friends. So. What is going to... Because... He's also going to become an agent of the Inquisition. Because, of course, what's going to happen is... Because in Inquisition, you've got all the various different origins that you can pick from. I mean, I know you don't play an origin story, but you do have origins that you can pick from. And then each of them have different reasons for travelling to the... What's it called? Conclave. I was going to say Landsmeet then. I've got too much shit going on in my brain. Yeah, each of them have different reasons for travelling to the Landsmeet, the Conclave. And we're supposed to assume that the one who becomes Inquisitor is the only one who survives, and the rest die in the explosion. But obviously I'm going to come up with different reasons for why they would all have been in like slightly different places, so they didn't actually die. But they were there. So he's at the Conclave, but he doesn't die. But he's there with the group of Dalish elves who have gone there to, you know, try and figure out what's going on. And Lefane really doesn't like being a Dalish elf. If anything, he wants to be a human noble. Like, I think Aurora would have been happier as a Dalish elf, and Lefane would have been happier as a human noble. Because Lefane's quite materialistic. He likes shiny things. He wants nice clothes. He wants luxury. He doesn't like the life of the Dalish, and he doesn't like... Because on one of the main storylines in the Ostwick fanfiction, I mean, there's going to be a few different main storylines, but one of them is the tension between the elves and the people of Ostwick. The Dalish elves and the people of Ostwick. And you've got the people of Ostwick who are very suspicious of the Dalish. I mean, the Dalish have been camping outside Ostwick. I've kind of got this idea that they camp outside Ostwick through the winter. And that's how they sort of survive the winter. And this has been going on for generations, and it's sort of tolerated. But there's a lot of mistrust going on there. And for various reasons, tensions start to rise a bit more. So you've got the humans who are very distrustful of the elves. But then the Dalish are equally as distrustful of the humans. So neither side is particularly accepting of the other. And Lefane just doesn't like that. Like, he just thinks they should just be able to get on. And he doesn't like it from either side. Like, he doesn't like how distrustful his own people are of the humans. And he doesn't like how distrustful the humans are of his people. And the whole thing, he just isn't interested. And he just wants away from it all. And yeah, so he kind of like, but he wants luxury. He wants riches. That's what he wants. And he doesn't agree with the Dalish way of life, and he's not very interested in the whole, like, the Dalish gods or anything like that. So when he's at the conclave, after everything kicks off, he basically decides just not to go back. And he becomes one of Leliana's agents. And in his actual playthrough, when he's the Inquisitor, he romances Dorian. And I have decided he is still going to romance Dorian, even when he's not the Inquisitor. So he travels to the Conclave. Becomes one of Leliana's agents, which means he's going to need a code name too. And romances Dorian. It's a very video game term, romances, isn't it? Only in video games do you say people romance each other. You wouldn't say that in real life. You wouldn't say, oh, I'm romancing whoever, would you? You'd say I'm dating. You wouldn't say I'm romancing. Or like if you're watching a TV show and you've got two characters, you wouldn't say they're romancing each other, would you? It's a very video game term, that. Romances Dorian. Right, we need a codename for him now. Actually, I tell you what would be a funny codename for him would be Hunter. Because it's what he literally is. He's a Dalish hunter, but he doesn't really want to be. He wants to be like a lord or something. I kind of like that idea. Right. So. Next, we have actually, I think I was going to call her Alina. Alina? Yeah. Llewellyn, who is the Dalish first. So she's a mage. Haven't quite decided what's going to happen to her yet, actually. Haven't 100% decided. Sorry, I'm just checking something there. Haven't 100% decided whether she's going to survive the Ostwick fanfiction, actually. Because, like I say, one of the main stories is going to be tensions between the Dalish and the Ostwickians, as I've decided to call them. and it sort of comes to a head, and she's very anti-human. Like, very suspicious of the humans, thinks that the Dalish should have nothing to do with them whatsoever. I've got her as quite a serious, stoic, kind of not particularly nice character. But if she did survive the Ostwick story, I don't know if she's going to. Most likely, I think she would probably just stay with the Dalish clan. I don't think she would. Okay, I'm going to put her in as just stays with the Dalish clan. Or maybe put in that she's a mage. There we go. Stays with Dalish clan. She's certainly not going to become a particularly important character outside of the Ostwick fanfiction. Who else have we got? We've got Theodora, of course. Beautiful, wonderful Theodora. Kadash, who is Carter Dwarf. And a rogue. We made her an archer as well, didn't we? I seem to have only rogue archers. I'll just put her in as rogue. Should she be one of Liliana's agents? I don't know whether to make her an actual agent of the Inquisition or whether to just keep her as a Carter Dwarf who is like liaising with the Inquisition. I think that would be better because I'm already making Dorabella an agent of the Inquisition, aren't I? And we can't have too many of them. Get confusing. I don't like being this close to the camera. I don't think it does anything for me. When you get too close to it, it makes your face look silly. Liaison is better. Yeah, I think so too. So if we make her, because you've got to think that like the Inquisition is going to have to get lyrium from somewhere. I mean, my Inquisitor is going to recruit the mages, not the Templars, but they'll still need to get lyrium from somewhere, and they're basically going to have to get them from the from the Carter, aren't they? So, can become like Carter liaison to the Inquisition. That'll do. She'll just be like a side character though. She's not going to be very, very, very important. And then that brings us on to our Canary, who is much like the noble dwarf for my wardens in that I haven't really... Oh, actually. That's not true. What am I talking about? I do have a Canary Inquisitor. She's called Talazan. I just haven't planned what's going to happen to her, that's all. Adar, isn't it? Is it 2 A's or 2 R's? Two? Adar? Is it that? Or is it 2 R's? Is it even Adar? Hang on. We'll find out. We'll do a quick Google if the internet wants to hold up. Kunari Inquisitor. Is there really not a entry for the Canary Inquisitor? The Inquisitor. Last name. It's double A. I was right the first time. Should have more faith in myself. Should have more faith in myself. Right. But she's a... They're mercenaries, aren't they? Yeah. So she's a mercenary. Mercenary. That's how you spell mercenary, right? Let's say yes. But she's also a mage. Now, there's a whole sort of thing about how Canary mages are more powerful than normal mages, but they're also a bigger threat. Because because they're more likely to become possessed or something like that. Because the Qunari, I get the impression that the Qunari are a bit like the Vulcans from Star Trek, that they have quite a lot of, their emotions are so intense that they need something to keep them in line so they don't become savage, and that's what the Qun is for. Which is fair enough, but I think the main problems come from when they try to convert everybody else to the Qun. Like, if they were just quite happy just following the Qun and minding their own business and not trying to convert everybody, that would be fine. It's the whole trying to, like, conquer the land and convert everybody to the Qun that causes problems. But I sort of understand why the Qunari themselves decide to follow the Qun. Right? Because it does seem to be this kind of thing. They need that sort of structure to keep them from becoming savages, right? But then I always think it's never really addressed particularly when you have Qunari living outside the Qun, how they function. I mean, it's touched on a little bit with Iron Bull if he leaves the Qun. There's a few conversations like between him and Solus and stuff about like how he's keeping himself in check and things like that. But generally, it's sort of just not addressed, particularly with mages. And I think that if you play as a Qunari mage in Inquisition or Veilguard, I don't know, I just think there was more potential for stories there. Yeah, it's odd. So anyway, I liked the idea of having a Qunari mage inquisitor, but she's just like very disciplined and very refined and quite elegant and sort of, you know, I mean, I sort of invented her before Inquisition actually came out and before I saw what the Qunari looked like in Inquisition, because I was expecting the Qunari to look like what they looked like in Dragon Age 2. And they didn't. And then Veilguard made it even worse. Like, they were so beautiful in Dragon Age 2. Inquisition made them worse, and then Veilguard made them worse than that. I was like, how where? Thought that what the Qunari did to their mages was very hardcore. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? With sewing their mouths up and things like that. I think there's a lot of good ideas that were brought into Dragon Age that then seem to have been abandoned. But I suppose if you can't find space in the story, then you can't find space in the story. And it seems it happens in everything. Like, Mass Effect has those issues as well. Like, the thing that really annoys me in Mass Effect is the fact that after Mass Effect 1, they seem to almost forget that Shepard has the Prothean cipher in her head. Which you would think would be like... I mean, she's literally got the essence of a dead race in her head. And so does Shiala. That's a thing I think is always kind of forgotten about. And then also, if you romance Liara, presumably Liara must have it as well, because you're bonded to her. I mean, she melds with you and you become bonded. You are one. So surely she must pick up the Prothean cipher as well. So there you go. But you know, they leave these gaps for us so that we can write fan fictions about them. I'm pleased they leave so many gaps for us, to be honest. We can build on them and make them better. I'm convinced, because I read the Witcher books and then I played the Witcher games, and I am convinced that those Witcher games wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the fact that the ending to the Witcher books was so fucking weird and complicated and unsatisfying. I mean, I'm not dissing the books are great. I feel like something gets lost in translation because they were originally written in Polish. And of course they're translated into English. And when you're reading it, I sometimes feel like... I don't know, I just feel like something must get lost in translation. Like, I've heard people say that about the Musketeers books. in French they're brilliant, and in English they're awful. And I have tried to read them in English, and they're not very enjoyable. Actually, one of my mum's friends. Did I say mum instead of mum there? Jesus Christ. One of my mum's friends learned how to read French specifically so that she could read the Musketeers books. She can't speak French. She can't understand it if she hears it spoken, but she can read it. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, but anyway, the point is, when I read the Witcher books, the ending is just really odd, like really strange, and there's just like loads of loose ends. It just feels like it just ends. It feels like there should be another book. It's really strange, and I'm like, I don't think the games would exist. It's almost like somebody thought, I really need to fix this. And sometimes that's what writing fan fiction is like. You play a game and you think, well, it's good, but I need to fix a few things. But then, like, so much of literature is fan fiction, or stories or films is fan fiction. You know, people are forever basing things on things. Somebody makes a TV series based on Arthurian legend, kind of a fan fiction. Somebody writes a sci-fi series and takes inspiration from Star Trek and Star Wars, kind of a fan fiction. You know. I think sometimes fan fiction is the best kind of stuff. When you like, you know what? Because I do write my own things as well. But there's something about writing fan fiction that's just more. I mean, you can see when we're doing it, you've got to make everything fit in together. When you're trying to make stuff fit into a world that's already there, with characters that are already there, and you're trying to like move it around like a jigsaw and sort of like put your own things in, and you know, if that seems like a bit of a plot hole, trying to come up with something to explain it and stuff like that. Somehow that's just more satisfying than writing your own original stuff from scratch. As much as I enjoy doing that as well. I don't know, there's just something, and I think it takes more thinkiness to write a fan fiction than it does to come up with something completely original. I think it takes more. I always seem to have to put more thought into my fan fictions than into like original stuff that I'm writing. Fanfiction also requires a degree of respect for the source material. That is true. I always try to make stuff fit in as much as absolutely possible. Like, I will expand on the lore, but I try not to change anything. For the most part. And also, like, in the like, you see, the beauty about storytelling is, I don't understand when some writers don't want people to write fan fiction of their work. I don't understand that, because that's how stories live and survive and grow, is by people taking them and retelling them. And yes, changing things, but that's how things grow and evolve. Like, if nobody was retelling stories about Greek mythology, let's say, we would have forgotten about it all by now. But people still do. People still take aspects of Greek mythology and put them in things. I mean, Christ, there's bloody aspects of... Well, let's just think. I mean, all right, let's take Dragon Age, right? You've got Morrigan, who is literally named after a character, a sort of entity, let's say, from Celtic mythology. Take Mass Effect, you've got the Canary, not Canary, the Canary, the Asari, their whole thing about how you've got maidens, then matrons, then matriarchs. that comes from the what you call it, maiden mother hag. Is it hag or something like that? From, I mean, actually, that's from lots of different mythologies. But like, stories live and grow by constantly being retold, right? Arthurian legend is another one. We wouldn't even remember Arthurian legend if people hadn't been constantly retelling it all this time, and they're still retelling it now. And like, if you've got fan fiction writers writing their own versions of your characters and your worlds and your stories, that story is going to live on and it's going to grow and it's going to reach more people. If you just keep it as like, oh, I wrote a book and that's all I want it to be forever, just that book, that's it, that's all it will ever be, nobody else is allowed to write anything about it, it's going to die and get forgotten about, you know? I mean, sometimes if they like completely twist things in a way that like the original message of a story is lost, I don't like that. I've had little rants about the Wicked musical and how I think the message of the book was lost. I think they missed the point of Elphaba completely when they wrote her in the musical versus how she is in the book. But I've had whole rants about that already. But it just annoys. Oh, that really annoys. We'll have another rant about it. It really annoys me that Elphaba in the musical is the only reason she's different is because she's green, whereas in the book, her being green isn't really the issue. Like, she is genuinely a misunderstood person. It's the fact that, like, because in the book, water really does burn her. In the musical, they took that out. That's just a myth about her, that water burns her, right? But in the book, water really does burn her skin. So she learns not to cry because it burns her. And because of that, people think she's very cold and, like, emotionless and sort of emotionally stunted because she can't cry. Well, she doesn't cry. She can cry, but she doesn't. And she tries to stay quite emotionally detached from things as well because of that. So it's like that the fact that she's green isn't really why she doesn't fit in. It's like she's just genuinely a misunderstood person, right? And in the musical, they took all of that out and they make her actually quite charismatic and quite likeable as a person, whereas in the book she's not likeable as a person. You have to really work to see past all of her quirks to realise that she's a good person underneath, whereas in the musical you don't have to work to see anything, you know. They made her too likeable, and it's like you're missing the point. The point is that like they made her too relatable. I think that's what it was. Elphaba is a really relatable character in the musical, and she's not meant to be relatable. And I think they made her relatable because it's easy to accept somebody who you can relate to. The trick is in accepting people that you don't relate to. And in the book, you do have to, like, she is a hard character to like. But she is a good person. I mean, she goes a bit mad towards the end, but, like, you know, but you've got to work to see it. And I just think when I watch the musical, I think you missed the whole fucking point. Oh. Rowling notoriously edits things in post. She changes her own canon. Yes, she does, doesn't she? But I do that as well. I think we all do that. You have alternate universes. Oh, it started raining outside. It's a good thing I brought my washing in. Anyway, what were we talking about originally? We talked about we seem to have gone off this. We'll get back to this in a minute. I was going to say something else about fanfiction. Oh yes, there was a writer whose name I can't remember, but she does a newsletter which I get emailed to me, and I remember there was one of her newsletters where she said her main character, she never reveals their gender. And I hadn't actually noticed that she never reveals their gender until she pointed it out to me, because it's written from the first person. It never occurred to me that she didn't reveal the gender. I didn't even notice. That's how much your head just fills in the blanks. Right, until she pointed it out. But what she said was, everybody who reads the story has their own version of the main character, right? And she believes that when you read a story or experience a story, you own that version of the story, because you're always going to interpret it slightly different to the way everybody else does. And I just think that's the beauty of fiction and storytelling, is that like 100 people will read the same book but they'll read 100 different stories, even though they're literally reading the same words, because we interpret things differently. And I love reading fan fictions of like say Mass Effect fanfiction. I love reading Mass Effect fanfictions which just like retell the game, even though I've already played the game, so you think it would be quite boring to just read through it all. But it's not, because everybody has their own version of it, and everybody has their own version of the characters. Like, I don't think I have read 2 Liaras who are the same. Like, people have such different takes on her. She's a completely different character from one fanfiction to the next, and yet somehow always Liara. Unless someone's really bad at writing her, which sometimes they are. But, like, most of the time, I'm like, she's recognisably Liara, and yet she's completely different to the Liara that in the other one that I just read. And it's just so interesting, the way people interpret the same character differently. It fascinates me. It fascinates me. I just find it so interesting. I think we're so interesting as humans. And this goes back to we keep coming back to this topic of how I think we all live in our own realities, and we all create our own realities. It's just so fascinating that we seem to have that ability, that we just, like, you know, each interpret the world differently. Even though we're living in the same world, we interpret it differently. So in some ways, we're all living in our own version of the world. It's weird. Anyway, we're getting dangerously close to, like, philosophizing here. So, going back to the original point, Talazan is going to be our Qunari mercenary, who is a Qunari mage. What do I want her to do? I don't know. We could make her become a Grey Warden. How would that come about? If she survives the Conclave, joins the Inquisition, but as a mercenary, not as like one of Liliana's agents. And then when the Grey Wardens join the Inquisition, how would she end up joining the Grey Wardens? Why would she end up joining the Grey Wardens? She is a mage. Now, my Inquisitor, Orchid, recruits the rebel mages, but she doesn't recruit them as allies, she, like, leashes them. So maybe having, like, a Canary mage mercenary just wandering around in the Inquisition, but not being like with the rest of the mages. Maybe that's a bit of an issue. Although, I mean, you know, Orchid herself is a mage, but... I don't know, I just like the idea of her becoming a Grey Warden. Should we just pencil that in and say she becomes a Grey Warden, and then we'll work out the details later? Right. Is that all of my Inquisitors? Yes. So, if we do a quick summary then of my Inquisitors and Wardens, we'll just do a big list of them all, and we'll do a general kind of like what happens to them. So, we had Elia, City Elf, becomes Hero of Ferelden. We have Shiva. Oh, Kuzlund. Pretend that comma's not there. Make it part of the A. Kuzlund. Human Noble. Becomes Ferelden Ambassador. To the Inquisition. To the what? How do you spell Inquisition? Inquisition. We have Shakar. Mahariel. Dalish Elf. Dalish F. Dalish Elf becomes Grey Warden. We have Constance. Amel. Human Mage. Also becomes a Grey Warden. Grey Warden. Dorabella. Common Dwarf. Comes Liliana's agent. Liliana's agent. Oh, I've been writing too much. My hand's cramping. My hand's cramping. Oh, we still need a Dwarven Noble. I tried to chew my pen there. It didn't work. There you go. Okay, let's think of a Dwarf Noble then. Do we want a girl noble or a boy noble? And then we need a name. Should we flip a coin? Should we do eeny, meeny, miny, mo? I don't have a coin, actually. Do I have a coin? I do not have a coin. Could have flipped a coin. Girl, says Soulmate. I'm leaning towards girl. I like the idea of like a badass warrior dwarf. And then I need a name. I do remember coming up with a really cool name for a dwarven princess. I can't remember what it was. I know I had it written down somewhere, and now I can't find where I wrote it down. I've just got lists of stuff everywhere. A name that sounds like the sort of name a dwarven noble would have, but that also sounds kind of sexy, but like powerful Because that's the kind of character she's going to be. She's going to be like quite stern. Not a bad person or anything, but like, you know, stoic. I wish I could remember what I was going to call that. I had such a good name. I wonder if I've got it in a Word document. I might do. Sometimes I do that. Hello, Star. Let's have a little look-see. What am I looking for? Meow. Fan fiction. Dragon Age. Ow. Ow. I'm sure I have seen a folder somewhere that had. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. It had something on it that made me think, that's probably a something. Do you follow any of that? Did any of that make sense? No, I didn't think so. Right. You're too squeaky, aren't you? You're just too squeaky. Meow. Meow. I really need to sort all of my files out, you know. Meow meow. 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 What? So much squeaks. What? Stop squeaking. All you do is squeak. Very annoying. It is annoying. It is annoying. It is though. It is. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be with you in a minute. Oh, I've got an Excel document called Wardens. Let's have a look at that. What? 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 You're too squeaky. You are. All you do is squeak. No, that's not what I want. Do you know what? I've got so much shit that I started writing. I mean, there's Word documents in here where I'm like, fucking hell, was that a thing I started writing? My God. Oh, I've got a Word document called Alistair. Should we see what that is? Star, I'm going to throw you out the window. What? Right. You've got food. I've cleaned your litter tray out. You've got water. What do you want? Squeak face. In short, I don't think I have a Word document with it in. Mordecai. That's a cool name. I can remember what it was. I can remember what it was. It was it Kayla, but it was spelt like... I'm sure it was something like that. Star, what? I throw you out the window. Don't squeak when I'm thinking. Your squeaks disrupt my thinky brain. And then I end up not being able to have thinkiness. Do you want to come up here? Do you want to come up here? Star, do you want to come up here? Go up here then. Oh, ay, 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 ay. Oh, I've knocked my camera off there. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. Move that back to where it's meant to be. Oh. That's probably alright. Yeah, it was like that. Kayla, what do you think? Does Kayla sound a bit too modern? But it's not spelt in a way that looks modern. Or can we think of something better? I quite like Mordecai. I quite like that. Do you know what it was? I think I was watching House of the Dragon, and is there not a girl in there called Baelor? And it's spelt like, I'll write this on a different thing, it's spelt like, or something like that, and I quite liked that. But I think I did it as like Kaylor. I love the names in House of the Dragon. I love them so much. House of the Dragon is so much better than Game of Thrones. Although, I read the Game of Thrones books. I never finished them. I got halfway through Feast for Crows and I didn't like them. I just don't like the way he writes characters at all. And so I just didn't enjoy it. And then I watched the series and I didn't particularly enjoy that either. And then I watched House of the Dragon and I thought, wow, this is really good. I really enjoyed it, right? But I haven't read the books. And then I went online and I found loads of people who had read the books who were just like, wow, they completely changed all of the characters and completely changed the storyline. And I was like, that's probably why I liked it. Because I think I just don't like the way he writes people at all. So we could do it like K-Law. K-Law? What do we think? Or Mordecai, because Mordecai is quite cool. I don't know if it suits her though. I feel like I could use that for someone else. I feel like that should be like a mage or something. Been going nearly 4 hours. Jesus Christ. Doesn't time fly when you're doing thinky brainness? I kind of like Kayla, actually. Kaylor. Should we do that? I kind of like that. I don't know why. That just appeals to me. And then I'm checking how to spell Iduken because Fred put it in the chat, helpfully. Iduken. Noble dwarf. Noble dwarf becomes grey. Warden. That's all about wardens, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Yes? Yes. Yes. And then, oh shit. Tripping over my own cables. And then Inquisitors. We've got Orchid. Trevelyan. Human Mage. Human Mage. Becomes the Inquisitor. Becomes Inquisitor. We've got Aurora. Trevelyan. Human Noble becomes Eliana's agent. Agent. Yeah, Lefane. Velen. Dalish. Hunter becomes Liliana's agent as well, didn't he? Yeah. Liliana's agent. Alina. Belen. Dalish. First. Stays with the Dalish, doesn't she? Stays with clan. Theodora. Theodora. Gosh, I'm losing the ability to write. My fucking wrist is killing me. Carter Dwarf. Becomes Carter liaison to the Inquisition, but we'll just leave it as liaison because, you know, that's fine. Tell us Canary Merc becomes a Grey Warden. I've got a lot of them becoming Grey Wardens. Is that everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Christ all flipping mighty. There we go. That is more or less what we have achieved today. That is a summary. And then we also outlined a bit of like Ferelden. Oh, we needed to come up with names for Anora's daughters, didn't we? One of them's going to be called Karis, and I need names for the other two. I just like Karis as a name. I've always looked for a place to use the name Karis. Don't know why. I just always like it. But that's what's going to become of all of my. It's on the wonk, isn't it? There we go. Put it there so you can actually read it. That's what's going to become of all my Wardens/Inquisitors. And then Hawk. So what's going to happen to Hawk? So my Hawk romances Isabella. So it kind of annoys me that you've got the whole thing that Hawk supposedly either, well, dies in the Fade or goes off to Weishaupt, right? And they sort of make quite a big deal about it in Inquisition, as if, you know, there's sort of like a mystery of, oh, what's going to have happened to Hawk by the time we get to the next game, and then Veilguard comes along and it's like literally nothing. Never mentioned. Hawk is never mentioned, pretty much. And it's just a bit like, oh. But yeah, I'm assuming they just didn't have room for it anyway. But anyway, my Hawk. So my Hawk survives the Fade. Hangs out with the Inquisition for a while, sort of helps them. And then, because she romances Isabella, you see. So by Veilguard, I like the idea that she's just hanging out with Isabella, running the Lords of Fortune. That's what's going to happen to my Hawk. My Hawk just gets to go to Ravane and hang out with Isabella in the sunshine, running the Lords of Fortune. That's basically my plan for my Hawk. That's it. No sort of great heroic destiny or anything. She's done all of that. She did all of that in Kirkwall, and then in Inquisition. She can retire now, and she just goes off to live in Ravane with Isabella. You know? And, yeah. That's kind of my plan for them. I haven't properly fleshed out my Rooks yet. I need to do a few more Veilguard playthroughs. I really do. So I can flesh out my Rooks. But luckily, they're not going to be particularly related to any of my fan fictions at all, really. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Because even the Veilguard fan fiction is going to be set in the south with what's going on in Ferelden. So Rook doesn't really have anything to do with any of it particularly. what I will do. We'll do a quick... I was going to not write anything else because my wrist's really hurting, but we'll do a quick major sort of game choices in my canon world state. Major game choices. So like who's ruling and things like that. So we have Honora as Queen of Ferelden. We have Celine as Empress of Olay. We have Vivian as Divine. She's Divine Victoria. Hawke survives the Fade. No Kieran. Kieran's not a thing. He doesn't exist. Which I think... Is that how you spell Kieran? Possibly. Which I think makes more sense once you get to Veilguard as well, because even if he does exist, Morrigan never mentions him, which is odd. Like, that's weird. I mean, by that point he would be an adult as well, wouldn't he? And you're just like, if he exists, he must be out there somewhere doing something, and yet he's just not a thing, and I don't like that particularly, so I think it's better to just not have him be a thing. I don't really like him anyway. I find the whole thing a bit weird. What other major choices might we need to cover? Anders is executed. Anders. Executed. Any other big major ones? Major? Balin rules Orzammar. Balin, however you spell Balin, rules. Oh yeah, because I'm going to have a whole... checking out spell Orzammar. I'm going to have a whole... did the architect live? Yes, the architect lives. Architect. That's definitely not how you spell architect. Lives. It's been 4 hours, I'm tired. What was I saying? I swear I was saying something. Oh yes, I'm going to have a whole bit where the Grey Wardens go to Orzammar and meet with Balin. Did the Arashog get Isabella? No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not going to give Isabella to the Arashog. I'll tell you what I'll put. I'll put Isabella stays with Hawke. Because she doesn't run off either. That's what I'll put. Isabella stays with Hawke. Hawke sided with the mages. Not that it really makes any difference. Everybody dies anyway. Hawke sided with the mages. The Inquisition conscripted the mages. Rebel mages. Any other major ones? Oh, Carver becoming a Grey Warden. Because then he's going to end up a Vigil's Keep, you see. I mean, that gives you a sort of general overview of the kind of world state I've got. Connor. Killed by the hero of Ferelden. Yeah, but I mean, I think that gives us a general idea of the sort of situation we're dealing with. The sort of world that we're living in my little headcanon world state. And we've got a little overview of my planned fan fictions there, which will possibly get written, or possibly not. Who knows? Do need to come up with names for Honora's daughters. So I definitely want one of them to be called Karis. What else could we go with? What sounds like a Ferelden princess? They tend to have Celtic-y kind of names, don't they? The Fereldans. Shall we bring up a list? If the internet wants to hold up and the stream doesn't want to crash. Behind the name. I like behind the name. Behind the name. I want. Oh, Breton. Let's look up Breton names. In fact, I'm gonna put. Come on. There we go. So you can see them. Any gender feminine. Thank you. Alana. Alana is a very popular name in Scotland. I knew quite a few Alanas in Scotland. Alana and Shona. And Ailey. Actually, Ailey's a nice name. We could call one of them Ailey. That might be quite nice. Actually, I like Scottish names. There's a point. Wait, maybe we should go... Because that's sort of like Celtic, isn't it? Ooh, Scots, Scottish or Scottish Gaelic. Let's go Scottish Gaelic to begin with. See what we can come up with. Ailey is spelled with an A, isn't it? I can't quite remember how it's spelled. I'm sure it's spelled with an A. Let's try just Scottish. They're all going to be the same, aren't they? Donaldina, flippin' heck. Iona, my best friend in school was called Iona. And her sister was called Isla, and we always wanted them to have a brother called Aaron. Nothing's jumping out at me particularly. There was a woman I knew in Scotland called Rowena Wiseman. Isn't that the best name in the world? Rowena Wiseman. If we go for Scots, let's see what we can find. There is one name under Scots. Wow. Okay, what do we want then? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Ooh, Old Welsh. Interesting. We've got medieval Scottish. So I think maybe, possibly, behind the name, you have too many categories. I think some of them could be condensed. I mean, I'll have just Celtic, generally. Well, Celtic mythology, that's not quite... Oh, there's Andraste. See if you're suggesting anything in the chat. Nope. God, that's not a good angle on me, is it? Jesus, I don't like being that close to the camera. I like being further away. I'm prettier from a distance. Oh, I think I'm quite beautiful from all angles, to be honest. There's Scarhawk, who I named Shiva after. It means shadowy in Irish. Yes. And she is who the Isle of Skye is named after, so it means Isle of Shadows, Isle of Skye. There you go. Learn something new every day, don't you? Soulmate probably already knew that. Soulmate knows everything. I don't know, what would you call a Ferelden princess? What if I just do a search? Oh, hold up, internet, please hold up. Oh, the stream's holding up. Is the stream holding up? Yes. Look at this behind the scenes stuff you're seeing. If we do Celtic names. Celtic versus Aberdeen is the first thing that comes up. Are Celtic playing Aberdeen? I don't know. Celtic names for girls. There we go. There's bound to be a baby name website that'll pop up. Filled with charm. I'm fairly sure half of these are not Celtic names, but okay. Oh, fuck off. Vienna, that's a cool name. Cordelia. Imogen. That's a thought. Lorelei. I hate the name Lorelei. I don't know why. You know, sometimes you just have a name that you just really don't like. I don't like Lorelei. Morrigan. Good old Guinevere. A lot of these are being repeated, aren't they? I'm sure a lot of these are being repeated. There's a sold. Anything jumps out at any of you, do feel free to shout. I mean, I can't see the chat right now, but you know, I'll check it in a minute. A lot of these are repeated. Jesus. Things that are like pretty but kind of powerful. What I mean? Drusilla. Caligula's favourite sister was called Drusilla. There you go. See? You learn all sorts of useless information from me, don't you? Ah, that's Ailey, isn't it? Is that how you spell Ailey? I think that's how you spell Ailey. Ailey's such a pretty name. I like Ailey. I think we'll have that as one. We'll pencil it in. Where was she? There. We'll pencil in Ailey. Oh. There we go. Let's check the chat. Stream's a bit choppy, is it? Are you still on? You're still on. Excellent. Right. There's Boudica. Something like Erin. Like something I'd like, just something nice and short and like pretty, but you know. I'm just trying to think what Honora would name her children. I love coming up with names. Honestly, I just love it. I would do this all day. I love just making up family trees and things for like fictional families. And I remember once I was trying to find like software I could use to make a family tree, because sometimes writing a family tree on paper is quite difficult when it starts to become quite big and expansive and you start having to have like different branches of the family all over the place. So I wanted like a good bit of software to put a family tree together on, right? And I did find one. But most of them offer like putting together actual family trees of like, you know, your actual family with like real people, and it's all, you know, like those like genetic sites and stuff like that where you go back through your ancestry and stuff like that. So I did a Google search for anything like a really good website where you can make a fictional family tree, right? And somebody in the comments had said, "You're probably not hearing any of this. Fuck's sake." Oh, reconnection successful. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully. Fred is suggesting Aylin. Huh. That might be a good one. That might be a good one. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I don't fucking care. Oh, you can see this, can't you? I'm forgetting what bloody screen I'm on. Right, how are we pronouncing that one? My headphones on. How are we pronouncing that?
SADB.
You're just telling me how to spell it. That's not useful. I want to know how to pronounce it. There's Shiva, there's Tegan. Isolde. This is just the... Oh, there we go. Detra. That sounds like it would be like a Klingon or something, doesn't it? Okay, I'm going to put us back on that one. Karis Ailey. I like Aelin, but is it too much like Ailey? Would you have sisters Aelin and Ailey? I just want to come up with one last name and then we'll probably wrap it up there because the stream's not bloody holding up anyway. I liked Erin. I mean, I know that's not very Celtic-y, but Karis, Ailey and Erin. Would that work? Wait, if we made Erin the eldest? That Erin feels like an eldest daughter name, doesn't it? I like the... If we made like Erin... Princess Erin, what do you think? I don't know. Maybe not. Something like that though, just something... Ooh. Start looking around. You know, just start looking around at like books and shelves and things like that. See if you can see any names that jump out at you. See Scorpio in the background. There he is. Just waiting for the stream to pull itself together. I can see the bloody rates dropped. Come on, internet. Hold up for like 5 more minutes and then we'll call it a day anyway. Come on, I believe in you. That's a good point. We could change the spelling of Erin. I quite like that one that Fred's just put in. That one. Maybe? Let's pencil that in for now. It doesn't have to be set in stone. But I just wanted to fill in all the gaps before we leave off. So, I think this has been a productive stream. I'm going to put us on full. There we go. So, that was a brief outline. That was a brief outline. Filled off a fucking book. So, I like the idea of carrying on these live streams, but not every week. I'm thinking every other week. So next week, there'll be an Outer Worlds live stream on Saturday. The week after that, I think I'm going to be busy on the Saturday, so there won't be an Outer Worlds live stream. But we'll have another Dragon Age Talkie live stream. So like 2 weeks from today, we'll have another Dragon Age Talkie live stream. And I think I will narrow in on something specific. Maybe the... a brief outline, yeah, I know. Maybe the Vigil's Keep Wardens, maybe. We'll zero in on them. And like what's going to happen after Awakening. And the early days of Ferelden after the Blight. And sort of how that's going to set up for what then happens later in Ferelden after the Blight. Yeah, we'll maybe do that. We'll maybe narrow in on that. Or we'll pick something else to narrow in on. But that. We could outline the Ostwick fanfiction a bit. Ooh, I don't know what I want to do. No, I like the idea of outlining the Vigils Keep Grey Wardens and like all of the people that Elia's going to recruit, how she's going to rebuild the Wardens, how her and Honora are going to start rebuilding Ferelden after the war, the sort of direction that they take Ferelden in. I think that would be a good idea. I think that's what we will do. 2 weeks from today, we'll have another Dragon Age Talkie live stream. And we'll start to zero in on the Vigils Keep Grey Wardens and the Ferelden Grey Wardens generally, and just how Ferelden is going to evolve after the Blight. I think that would be good. This has been fun. I've enjoyed this. It's been great. I like sitting in front of a camera talking about video games. Are there any cats in the background? No, they've disappeared. Oh well. You've just got me to see you out then. Right, so... Oh, I've got WhatsApp messages. Yeah. So, I shall see you next week for an Outer Worlds live stream on the Saturday, and then I shall see you the week after that for Dragon Age Talkie live stream on the Sunday. But until then, my lovelies, I shall say farewell to you all, and